One. We're live.
Broadcast is live.
Now.
Hey, yo.
This is Movie Busters episode 23. This is the rest of the Rocky franchise movies.
He remembered the number this time.
Yeah. The number 23. Oh, that's a special number.
Yeah,
Dr.
Michael
Pep.
Jordan.
Yeah, Dr. Pepper. That shitty Jim Carrey movie. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah.
Jim Carrey movie?
It's number 23.
Oh.
Because he said Michael Jordan. I was like, Dr. Pepper, the shitty Jim Carrey movie. Number 23 is a special number.
Not for that movie. It's not.
Yeah. So, yes, we're going to discuss the rest of the Rocky movies, plus the Creed spin-off films.
That's
which
right.
is part of the Rocky franchise.
Yeah, that's right. Spin-off.
And I'm Alex 2.0. What's so funny? Rob.
I don't know. Dan started laughing, so I started laughing.
He's like, that's right.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And of course, I'm joined by the jokester, Rocky Balboa 101. Yeah. Tim Curry.
I'll be eating my sesame cake.
Yeah. Also, I'm joined by Rob's Collection. Yeah. And of course, the other jokester, Horror Fan 34, aka Philly Boy, aka Thomas. And of course, we got special guests again, Julie from Let's Talk About Movies, Cassidy.
Hey.
Joining us again, yeah.
Yay!
And I just want to make a note that yes, there's an actual boxing fight. I totally forgot about.
Ironically enough.
It's just funny, yeah. And we're talking about the Rocky movies. Yeah.
You don't need to watch that. You come here and watch this.
That was not planned at all.
What's kind of funny is I actually saw that news on Twitter that there was a fight. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah. So it's like, perfect timing, right?
Mike Tyson is a beast. He's a beast.
Yeah. See how that turns out. Yeah. Just hopefully he doesn't bite anybody's ear. Okay. Yeah. And I do want to make a note of this before we start talking about Rocky 5. Yeah. Everybody who watched our last stream, thank you so much for making this our most viewed show that we've ever done.
Views.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's really
surprisingly, I didn't expect that at all.
I mean, I think the last time I saw it was at like 416.
Yeah.
Something like
past
that.
400.
cool. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah. I never thought that the Rocky show was going to be the one that got us.
Well, you know what though? I really thought like our biggest shows were still going to be the Jason franchise.
Right. Yeah. But you know what? I underestimated the popularity of Rocky. Yeah.
I guess Rocky is that much of a popular item.
It's still very popular. Yeah. So thank you everybody who watched.
Absolutely.
If you haven't seen that show, if you're watching right now and you haven't seen that show, please check that show out and then come back and watch this.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a fun show.
There's going to be spoilers.
Yeah, we have nobody in the chat room yet, do we?
No.
No one's commented yet, but someone's watching.
Oh, okay. I forgot I had the private chat going on. So.
And you know what? Yeah, and I didn't need over 1,000 subscribers to get up to 400 views on the live stream. Just saying. So.
Well, but you don't know it. You don't know anything about nothing. Remember?
Oh no, I don't at all. I just know how to make more views without less subscribers. I mean, that's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, and you don't have to insult anybody either.
I mean, that's like But anyway, yeah, that's actually pretty funny and pretty ironic.
I'm gonna tell you,
ironic. Yeah.
I mean, it's been such a blessing just to be friends with you four.
Mm-hmm.
Especially on YouTube, like outside like my Instagram friends that I meet on there.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that too, I have some good friends on here too outside of you guys. Like I have Art with Horror and Lauren's Collection, and Jason still comments on my stuff, and Sean, Erkin, things like that. So outside, I mean, I've just been so lucky just to have you guys as my main four people that I talk to on here, and I don't really know where I would be on YouTube without you guys.
No, I definitely would not be doing.
Do you want me to cry right now?
If you want to, I mean, you can let out a.
No, we're gonna talk about.
I mean, it's okay to do that.
We're gonna talk about Rocky Balboa. I think it's gonna make us cry.
It might.
Yeah.
And on top of that, too, I have over 2,000 followers on my Instagram. So I don't know. I mean, I can't believe how much of a phenomenon my Instagram has turned out to be either.
It's those movie collections. That's what it is.
Well, you know what though? Someone inspired me here on YouTube to do it. It was actually Lauren's collection. Actually, I don't know if you guys follow her or not. Probably.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, she makes a video every week or something like that.
Yeah.
She does Blu-ray hauls, tours, and things like that. She was actually the one that inspired me to do what my Instagram is now because she tagged me in a few things. I'm like, well, you know what? She's a passionate movie lover, and I see other people doing it. Why not make it in for my Instagram? And all of a sudden, here I am now, over 2,000 followers, a lot of likes on my pictures, things like that. So, hey. And on top of that, too, the Instagram thing is a really good outlet to advertise our shows. So I think that's a good thing, too.
Brought to you by Thomas.
Absolutely. Sponsored by Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. Sponsored by Hooters, I think, too.
Hooters.
It's been a while since we made that joke.
Funny thing enough, you mentioned Hooters. I was actually at Hooters a few days ago.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, me and my buddy and my sister went to axe throwing, and then near us was a Hooters restaurant. We decided to go there because there wasn't really any other place open.
Did you eat any chicken? Boobs?
I had their boneless wings as an appetizer.
Speaking of food,
Excellent.
how about Thanksgiving, right, guys?
Thanksgiving was fantastic.
Yeah, so much leftovers.
I ate a lot more than I did a year ago.
Yeah, that fucking leftover video was whew.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that was.
I'm gonna not eat for the next 5 weeks.
Looking at the video.
Yeah, I'm not gonna eat for the next. I think that filled me up for the next 5 weeks, guys.
I mean, what did you have there? You had mac and cheese, you had turkey, you had stuffing, you had
Chucky doll. What's up?
potatoes.
Hey there.
There's Chucky Doll.
Hey, Chucky Doll.
Chucky Doll is always the first one in, which I think is cool.
Definitely.
Always the first one in, which I think is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's get started.
Do it.
Yes, so we talked about the first 4 already, and the last one, the Rocky 4, came out in 1985, and then it was a huge hit.
It was
the biggest
Oh
one.
my God, is that Wes? Wesley Crawford? Dan, Wesley.
Oh, Wesley.
Oh my gosh.
Wes is on here.
Oh my God, Wesley!
I think I know who that is.
He's an old friend of
Hey,
ours
Wes.
from.
Hey,
I knew that name sounded familiar.
yeah.
Do you guys remember the wrestling tapes that we used to do?
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
he was kind of the bigger guy, but he's been a friend of ours. He moved down south, years ago. But yeah, he used to live up here with us.
I know exactly who you're talking about now.
Cool.
I didn't even
Yeah.
realize. I didn't even
Wow.
realize he had another account or had that.
Hey, but if you're watching there, Wesley, what's going on, brother?
I think he lives in Texas now, so that's where Julie is.
That's where I live, yeah.
Mhm.
Hi, Wesley.
That's cool.
Another
So we
Texas.
got two Illinois boys,
Illinois.
one Texas girl, and one Philly boy on the stream.
Yeah.
And now we have 2 Texas people now on here on the stream.
Well,
Well, that
Wesley's
just
not
means
really
Illinois is the best.
Illinois.
Rob just said that he probably moved down to Texas.
It's pronounced Illinois.
Illinois.
You're not from here, you jerk.
Technically, no.
Illinois is
But-
dirty.
Yeah, but dirty farms, dirty cornfields. And shit like that.
Wesley said he lives in Houston. He moved there in 06.
Yep.
Cool.
Hey, I used to live in Houston.
All right.
Yeah, Dan and I have family down there.
Mhm.
Julie, what part of Texas do you live in now, Julie?
Hemp Hill, Texas. To be
Okay. How far-
county right
how far
across
is
the
that?
Louisiana border.
How far is that from Houston?
About maybe 3 or 4 hours from here.
Oh, so you moved out quite a bit of ways from the city.
Teenage
Yeah.
Mutant Ninja Turtles. What?
Yeah. So anyway, like I was saying, Rocky 4 came out in 85, and then it wasn't until 5 years later we got the next installment, Rocky 5.
Rocky 5.
Yeah.
Right, which was the biggest gap between movies. Everything was usually 3 years. This was a 5-year gap.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What do you mean gaps?
I
You
don't know.
fill
the short
gaps, I
names
fill
for the
gaps.
Together, just gaps.
Gap.
See, she knows the lines. That's awesome.
Breadsticks?
Oh my God, Nick Castle. Was this directed by Nick Castle? I don't know.
It should have been, because maybe I think it would have been a better movie.
Oh, come on.
Oh, don't be saying that shit.
So
come
with that
on.
said, I let all four of you guys go first. And
Yeah,
we
because
did
you're
this
gonna
one.
rant on it. I know.
So now it's my turn to go first, and what better than Rocky V, the most hated Rocky film to this day.
Yeah, even Stallone hates it.
Even Stallone, yes, he gave it
Yeah,
a 0.
he
He gave it
didn't
a
like
0.
either.
Yeah,
I think sometimes, though, I don't really think he thinks it's a 0, if you want my honest opinion. You know, when people are in front of the press and in public, in front of an audience, they like to, sly hams it up all the time. I'm not saying he loves the film, but I don't think he thinks it's a 0, honestly.
Well, that's what he said.
I think
He's
he
on record.
feels like he failed. I think he feels like he failed
Mhm.
a little bit. You know.
Well,
So-
I have some interesting thoughts about Rocky V. So, but I'll save that for later.
Okay.
Yeah, Alex, you should go first.
Yes, Rocky V.
LA boy, what do you got?
Oh boy, Rocky V. Where do I start?
I'm taking notes, by the way.
Well,
Uh-oh.
it's funny. This what's the name of the director again?
John G. Avildsen.
John
G.
Avildsen.
He also, he directed the Karate Kid movies as well. Of course,
Yes.
Karate Kid 3 came out a year before this one. So I feel like he kind of.
Hey, Black Scorpio, he's a good subscriber of mine. He's on the chat now.
So I kind of thought at this time it just seemed like he kind of lost his touch.
Again, we're comparing this to Rocky or to Karate Kid.
Karate Kid, yeah, because he did both franchises.
I know like Karate Kid 3.
Not
I'm
all
saying.
the Rocky franchises, but he did the original Rocky.
He did the original
And this
Rocky.
And then this one.
And 1 and 5, yeah.
Yeah, because Peter Stallone did the next 3, and then John G. Avildsen didn't direct
Yeah,
one.
he came back, yeah. And I could see what they're trying to do. Like, they're trying to go back to the roots of the first one by having them live in Philly again.
Right, yeah.
They're broke. They lost everything. And, Adrian's working at the pet shop again.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky's down on his luck yet again. He's wearing the same clothes he was wearing in the first one.
First movie.
Hey, it still fits.
Bouncing the ball. Like, he's even, like, there's a similar scene, like, he had with which we didn't talk about the scene in the original, like, with Little Marie, which we'll get to. We'll go
He
over
tried to put
football.
Adrian's glasses back on, and she looked like she didn't like that.
Right.
If you watch the work print version, there's a scene where Rocky sees Little Marie as a prostitute.
Yeah, I read about that
Yeah.
actually when I was looking info about some of the movies. Yeah, I never knew that actually because I never seen the work print.
The work print version has
I
some.
tell
good
you,
things.
I tell you what, Alex, if you're not a fan of Rocky V, I recommend watching the work print to see what scenes were cut out. I think you'd be pretty surprised.
Yeah, but the work
I know
print
that
does,
one was-
the work print does have a lot more goofier stuff on some of the scenes though. Like the bar scene, that's a perfect example.
When he gets drunk.
Yeah, that's
But
pretty bad.
I do think the work print does have a lot of good stuff in it that was not in the theatrical cut. That I think.
Yeah, I agree.
It does. Yeah,
But like I said, I'll save that for my turn when I talk.
they should have just combined the two and put the best scenes in.
And I know John
See,
G. Avildsen for the longest time does own a director's cut, but he's never released it. But I don't know that well. And now that John G. Avildsen's now passed away,
See, Stallone should release whatever that extended cut or whatever of Rocky V.
Well, it's still
Yeah,
by
and so-
MGM though, right?
If he's gonna release a different cut of Rocky IV, he should do that for Rocky V as well.
You know what? I agree because honestly, like I think overall the Rocky V work print is a better film. I think it's a better film. The good outweighs the bad in my opinion. But I wish Sly would do that. But I think he might have a hard time with that movie because his son passed away, and I wonder if he would have a hard time with that movie.
Yeah.
Right.
now Dan,
And it's not canon.
are you saying the work print's better than the theatrical cut?
Yes, I do. I mean, there are a couple things that are in the work print that are not in the theatrical that are way over the top, and it's cringeworthy. But then there are some really good stuff that I was just shocked. I'm like, I can't believe they cut these character moments out that were really good. So
Yeah.
Yeah, so like and like
Sorry, Alex.
no, I didn't like I was gonna say like about the comparing the original with this one, like there's even a similar scene he had like with Little Marie, like this time with the son, he's trying, he sees him smoking, he's trying to lecture him, he's trying to be funny too,
Yeah.
like, cracking jokes, stuff like that. Like I see what they were trying to do, but at the same time, it's like that magic that was in the first movie is not here. It's just not, and there's they made like there are good things about it. Like I actually liked the Tommy Gunn character.
I like Tommy.
I thought
Yeah,
that was
I like
interesting.
Tommy Gunn.
I liked the whole dynamic with him and Rocky. Like how that turned into a friendship.
Yeah, rest
And then
Tommy Morrison.
Tommy Morrison
Yeah.
passed away. Yeah, sadly. And like and I like how like he kind of turns to the dark side, so to speak.
Yeah, really.
He gets the wrong advice by joining with George Washington Duke. I'll get into that character, that shitty ass character. But yeah, like Tommy Gunn, like Tommy Morrison as an actor, he was actually not bad. Like for someone who's not an actor, like that was actually pretty decent. Yeah. So that was
I love that street fight.
That's
Yeah.
it's one of
was
the
actually good for what it was.
You knocked him down. Why don't you try knocking me down now? My fight's outside.
Yeah, like for what it was, like it was entertaining, and but I think the biggest letdown of the movie is just that I feel like Stallone and some of the actors, like their hearts weren't in it as much as like some of the other movies.
Well, some of the writing was bad too.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I think the work print version, I think Stallone's acting is more natural in the work print.
And the relationship with the
Hey, Kenny.
Rocky and
Scorpio.
the relationship with Rocky and his son, I didn't really feel, even though there actually is his son, Sage Stallone, like it was real life son. I didn't feel like they acted well together.
Food came. I'll be right back.
I don't think they acted well together, which I think it's fixed in Rocky Balboa when we get to that. Like it's like he's trying to do some like a relationship with Rocky, kind of like a real life thing. Like okay, him as he's a big star, Stallone, and then his son is in the shadow. Like that. Like I thought they did a much better job in Rocky Balboa, doing that.
Well, it's different actors too, though.
I know, but like I felt like it's just like the writing in that movie was stronger, and then the acting in the movie definitely much better.
Yeah.
From Stallone and from everyone else. But like watch Rocky 5. I used to like hate the movie. I don't hate it anymore. I think there's plenty of good things to make it redeemable. But I just feel like they have missteps with the film. Like I said, like the relationship with Rocky and his son, it almost feels like an afterthought. Like they don't really concentrate it too much. Like it's there, but it's like it feels like almost like a tiny subplot. Because
Really?
they spend more time. They spend more time with Rocky and Tommy's relationship.
Well, I think that was
him not wanting to train
was
him,
the
then
point,
train
though.
him, and then like
That was the point.
That was the whole
I know.
premise, I guess, though, with his son felt neglected.
Mm-hmm. But I just like even though as little time as they spent with that, I didn't feel the heart.
I liked it because Rocky felt a high on being out of commission.
Mm-hmm.
He felt a high seeing this Tommy so hungry like he used to be. He felt good about that position, about training him, and I think that was a cool way to explore that.
And they really messed up with the timeline because this movie takes place right after Rocky 4.
It's bad writing. Yeah, it's the
you
writing.
seen him like he's like, oh, and that's actually a good scene when he's like shaking and he's kind of like he's not feeling well. Like
I love that scene.
Ivan Drago really actually did break him.
That opening kind of gave you what the feel of the movie was going to be, like there, because it went dark immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like which like okay, like that's something like his old brain damage is like it's like his soul got broken, and like that's something like they continue on in the rest of the franchise, like little by little.
Yeah.
I mean, until you get to Creed 2, but like Like I like that part, that opening, but like and then like you see them come back, and then Rocky's son, who was like what, like 5, 6 years old at the end, and Rocky 4, all of a sudden, boom, he's 12 years old. It makes no sense.
That is quite a continuity thing.
Overnight.
That is huge mistake.
He must have lived in Russia for years, I guess.
Yeah,
Well, I never knew aging can go that far in real life.
yeah,
You can
And
age
like-
like in 3 years.
and like
Yeah,
and then
the
all of
only
a sudden,
the only explanation for that is I think just Sly wanted his real son to play Rocky Jr. Robert.
Yeah.
So that's
And also, I think the robot actually left the house. I think it actually ran away because
because they never explain what happened to it.
the kid shows up running. You know, when they get off the plane and there's no robot, so the robot must have ran away. That's my.
Because Bali was a dirty asshole.
Because the thing is like and then you go and then they're back home, and all of a sudden, oh, we lost the money because of Paulie's dumb.
That's a dumb. That was dumb.
I hate that. And that's like, going back to Rocky 3 when they said, oh, Rocky should have left Paulie in jail. You look at what happened, look how he screwed you over.
Yeah,
It's like it makes Paulie more unlikable, more of a useless idiot. I just like because they try to explain it like because like the way like Rocky signed his contracts or whatever. It's like, but in the same time,
piece of
like,
paper Paulie had you sign.
so it's like, but still, it's like it just felt like like you guys said, bad writing. Like
Wait, our mortgage is fully paid for. Don't talk to me. Ask him.
like they couldn't find an actual like organic way to put them in Philadelphia poor again.
I don't like that guy. That guy's a son of a bitch. I don't like him.
And and then like he wants to retire he needs to retire because he's got brain damage.
which I feel like
he got broke.
I feel like they explain the brain damage stuff better in the work print
because
they actually explain why Rocky acts the way he does, and because they don't really explain the whole brain damage thing in the theatrical cut, and I think
they sort of do. But
but I feel like in the work print version, the one that I saw on Daily Motion, they actually explain more of why he talks like that because of the brain damage. But I'll get to that though when I get to when I talk
and
about
then, and then you got people coming out of left field like, no, we need Rocky to fight, and that's where you get George Washington Duke. Looking Terry Silver
he's
of
not
the,
God.
of
God
the
ain't
franchise. Which is he's a cartoon character. Just like I said about Terry Silver, he's a.
You know what though? I know people feel that way, but if you take a step back and look at, they were trying to copy Don King, and when you see Don King, he was eccentric in real life, just like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, in America.
Yeah, but it just
In America.
it felt wrong for the kind of tone they were going for.
I think that's what they were trying to copy Don King. I guess that's
but
how I see it.
I know, but it's still he felt like a cartoon character.
Long live the king.
That's another bad part about the movie is that character. It's like he's so bad.
Very over the top.
Yeah.
Could have done with that.
Yeah.
He's done. He's done fighting.
Yeah.
Maybe we should let Mrs. Bad Boy fight in the ring.
And I feel like, you know what? Even though he has that fight with Tommy Gunn at the end and he wins technically, I feel like nothing was really accomplished at the end.
He gave Tommy brain damage.
Like think about it. Like every Rocky movie at this point, there's an accomplishment by the end of the film. Like there's not really one here.
If you remember, Rocky 4, he was on top of the world after beating Drago.
Yeah.
Rocky. Well, and there was something accomplished.
Apollo.
At the end of 5, he got his family back in a way. I mean, that
is a good explanation. Yeah, but
even though he already had them,
Tommy was the screw in the middle. Like he had to get him out of the picture before to resolve anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this: the producer's cut handles that last fight a lot better. Like Rocky and Tommy actually shake hands at the end.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see, they needed to do something like that.
Also, I wanted to also mention too about the work print version of Rocky 5. What they also really improved in that also was the music.
Yeah, they had
Look out all that
Bill
rap
Conti.
music, and they put back Bill Conti's score and the Vince Picola training montage, and like they fixed the musical score, which I
See,
think
they
is
shoulda-
better than the work print.
They should have kept that, like what you said, like him and Rocky and Tommy shaking hands after the fight, because like, there's a moment where they're talking in the diner, and Rocky tells him, like the Duke he's just using you, and then like Tommy has the little moment, like he knows what he's saying is true, but he's in denial.
Right.
Yeah.
And actually, I don't mean to keep interrupting about the producer's cut, but what also is good about the producer's cut is right before they fight outside, when Rocky goes outside, he decides not to fight because Rocky knows that's what Duke wants, and Tommy forces the fight. And he's like calling Rocky names, and he's just like, I'm not yellow, and then Tommy like forces the fight on. So that was another character moment that made sense. Like Rocky really didn't want to fight him, and unfortunately, we don't see that.
Well, in the theatrical cut, he decides to fight him because Tommy punches Paulie.
Well, right, but that does happen in the producer's cut too. And Rocky goes outside furious, and he's about to fight Tommy, but then he realizes, no, like this isn't what I should be doing. So he backs down.
Right. Yeah.
You should have just get Paulie knocked out because he lost the house for everybody.
Yeah.
Honestly, should have just.
This is for breaking my pinball machine.
Eat that, Paulie. That's what you get.
Yeah.
Go in the alley and eat that bird. How about that?
Yeah. So like the movie ends with Rocky and his son, making amends. But I just I didn't think it's weird saying this, Sylvester Stallone and Stallone, like they don't have on screen father and son chemistry. I didn't buy it really. It's weird for me to say that, but they didn't. I didn't see it.
You're the other person.
Mm-hmm.
And it is sad about what happened with Jake Stallone.
Yeah. So we had two actors in this movie that passed away.
It's pretty cool. He was in the movie Daylight with Stallone as well.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's weird because like this was supposed to be the final one. Like they had the end credits montage.
I love that montage at the end.
That was
I love it.
I think that montage is underrated. I really do.
So for the longest time, I thought like this is the end of the franchise. Weak. So I was like, oh, whatever.
At the time, yeah.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until 16 years later.
16 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, like overall, I don't think Rocky V is a horrible movie.
No, I don't think so.
It's not.
It's not as bad as people say. It's
No,
bad as
definitely
people
not. I
put
think
it
there's
down.
plenty of good. There's plenty of good to make it watchable, but
right.
I feel like it was a misstep in the franchise. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I mean, it's getting like it's like a 31% on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's
29 is last I checked.
I think.
Okay, now it's gone down.
See, it's not as bad as like Karate Kid Part 3.
And didn't Karate Kid 3 kind of get like a lower rating than this?
I don't know. But
how much did Rocky V actually make? I think it made.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah. I mean, I got it here, but
yeah, we'll get to that later. But yeah, the overall, I just think Rocky V was just a misstep, and it could have been better. But hey,
right, yeah.
Looks like you needed a little bit more.
Yeah. Who's next? Who wants to go next?
I'd say whoever goes next has a similar opinion to Alex.
Really? Okay. I feel like you guys are gonna defend this movie. You're wrong.
Well, you are defending it. You are defending it in a way.
Sort of, but not really.
I mean,
yeah, you weren't that hard on it, Alex. I disagree with just a couple things you said. Really, just a couple things.
I mean, Alex wasn't fully ranting. He was saying something but he's saying it's not as bad as.
I mean, it must be pretty good if you like it over Karate Kid 3.
Yeah.
I like Rocky V better than Karate Kid 3.
Yeah, same here.
Definitely. But
but who wants to go next? I mean, it's up for grabs.
Dan, you can go next.
Why not?
All right.
Why don't you go?
Okay. Yeah, Rocky V.
Yeah, Rocky V sucks.
It blows.
It stinks.
I think Alex made a couple points that are accurate. I would say. I feel like Sly. He wanted to bring the character back down from the action of the third and fourth movie because they do feel different, even though they're they made a lot of money and everyone likes the action. He wanted to be more true to the character, I think, which is why he wrote this script. But he did. It was hard, I think, to get Rocky back to where he wanted it, which is why some of the plot reasoning, is kind of weak in that, like Paulie is the one that lost all their money. It's just like, and that Rocky. There's no way the lawyers could like finagle that to work out for him. That's obviously in real life that probably would have been taken care of. John Avildsen came back to direct, and I think, it's interesting. I saw an interview with John, and it was during the filming of Rocky V, and they were like, "Oh, what's different from Rocky 1 to Rocky 5?" And his answer was, "Well, Sly's on his cell phone a lot." That's kind of what he said, and I think that kind of sums up kind of Stallone's lack of 100% into the film, and he, even recently, Sly has talked about, whenever he talks about Rocky Balboa, he's always like, I didn't like the way Rocky V ended, and he's recently admitted, he's like, I was not fully into that movie. Like, he did not put his full effort into that movie. I think he wanted a lot of stuff to be done, but like at this point in his career, it was like he had kind of, all his 80s movies were doing really well, and then I think he kind of stalled out, and he was like, man, I want to do something, different from what I've been doing. But he didn't put his full effort into it. And I think that shows as far as like some of the plot in the movie. I want to touch on just a couple things that Alex said that I disagree with. And then I'll just go into the positive stuff. But I was very hard on Sage Stallone in my original Rocky V review, which I just watched like an hour ago.
Yeah, I did too.
I was like, oh, he's terrible and this and that. And, I think now it's like, he's a kid. Okay. This was like one of his.
You made that video before he died. You made that video before he died.
I don't think that's why I changed my mind necessarily, but sometimes when you just take you'll watch something again and sometimes your attitude changes, but I just feel like, when you look at it, like what did he do so bad at? I don't really think he did. I think he was playing a kid that had a silver spoon, and all that was taken away from him. He's still a kid. Of course he's going to be upset and whiny about it. I mean, that's just what would happen. So I don't think that anymore, that he did a terrible job. And I do disagree with you, Alex. I think Sly and Sage, I thought their chemistry was fine. I felt that it was a believable son-father relationship. I didn't see anything in there that was like, wow, that didn't seem sincere. I feel like all that was sincere. I also, George Washington Duke, again, like he was over the top. I agree with that, but I think Don King is over the top. I don't feel like that was different from, let's say, in Rocky IV, you have the Russian trainer. He's like, whatever he is, he destroys. Like, he's like a villain, I mean, like that's what an over-the-top character is a villain, and he was the villain. So I think that was okay. So, but everything else you said, I do pretty much agree with. I guess something else was the 90s music in this movie. I never cared for, and I think it's still not very good.
It don't fit.
It doesn't fit. And again, I think here's Sly. He's trying to, in the 80s, it was like he had the 80s music. Even like, not to get on Rocky 3, but I even think of sometimes when I listen to the Rocky 3 music, and I don't mean like Eye of the Tiger, like when Rocky's training badly in the gym, it's like, and when he goes out to California, like some of that music right there, it seems dated, I guess. But anyway, going back to Rocky 5. So yeah, it was nice to have Bill Conti back, though. I did like Bill Conti's score. And if anyone can ever get a hold of that final fight music, it's like Bill Conti music mixed with like kind of like a beat. Like, I would love to get that because it's never been released as far as I know, and I think that music's really cool. Sylvester Stallone, going back to him again, like I know he was supposed to have some brain trauma, but some of the scenes I think Sly was playing like a character, doing a character of Rocky instead of actually being Rocky. I think he kind of went a little over the top sometimes, but then there's some really great scenes that he does. In particular, the scene when he finds out he has brain damage. Like I absolutely love that scene between him and Adrian. And then who can forget the mix scene? That is for me top 5 of Rocky scenes in the whole franchise. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. How can you give Rocky 5 a 0 and you have this great Burgess Meredith scene that is just like good. It brings a tear to my eye when I see it. It's such a great scene. I know I'm kind of rambling here. I'm trying to think of some
but
stuff.
You know what though?
I think
the ending. But the ending where like he's down, Rocky is almost like knocked out, and then you see Mickey's ghost saying, "Get up, Rocky, get up." That's a little corny.
Well, that's not. I don't think that was portrayed as a ghost. I think that was just Rocky.
Yeah,
in his mind.
I think it was Rocky's life flashing before his eyes. Now, I will say, Alex, you are right. In effect, in the producer's cut, they film it like he is like a spirit in a sense. But I feel like that. I think it could be interpreted differently in this movie.
A ghost Jedi kind of like that.
But what's nice? We get Talia Shire and Burt Young. They have more to do, I feel like, in this movie than they did in Rocky IV. There's more scene. The comedy was taken away. Paulie kind of became a joke. They toned that back. I mean, seriously, Adrian was like pointless in Rocky IV. Like she was just there to be like, you can't do this, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, okay, I'm with you. Like at least in this movie, it was like Adrian's never assertive until it gets to the point where she has to be, and that's the thing. Like she saw the relationship failing between Rocky Jr. and Rocky, and she didn't want to. I don't want to say get involved, but she didn't speak up until it got to the point where she needed to speak up. And see, Rocky always kind of needs that. And she had that great speech when she says, "You beat all those fighters with heart, not muscle," which is a great scene as well. I agree. Also, Tommy Morrison, considering this is not an actor, like he did great. I actually think that Tommy Morrison did a better job in the subtle scenes and just like the dialogue scenes, like the scenes where he was like all mad. Like I felt like that was more forced.
You can see his inexperience.
Yeah, he seemed more natural in like the earlier part of the movie. But I thought he did fine. I don't want to say he did a bad job. I thought
when he talks about some of his backstory about his abusive father.
Right. Yeah. And then the street fight, as a kid, when we're all done, I have a question for everybody after this movie. But like I remember not liking that street fight at first. Like immediately I was like, why did he box? Oh, we didn't get to see a boxing match. But I definitely appreciate it now. I mean, it's something different. It's a cool street fight. So I do like that. You have Elton John's "The Measure of a Man" playing over the credits, which is a great song. I love that song. What else? What am I forgetting? I guess that's so besides the faults of the movie, which I mean there are some faults like the execution problems, but at least this movie, I feel like it feels like a Rocky film, like I feel like they brought the heart back to the movie. So I guess that's in generally what I have to say about it.
Okay. Who wants to go next?
I'll go next. I don't have much. I don't have a lot to say, but I agree with everything Dan said. It's just I want to add a few things. Is that to me this seems more like a Rocky film than Rocky IV, and what I mean is like we get to go back to Philly, we get to go back to the pet shop, we get to go back to the mixed gym, which has one of the most amazing scenes ever when when he kind of tears up and he sees Mick. And Mick gives that speech. That's one of the best scenes in the whole franchise. And
it's a great scene.
and like he mentioned, like Bill Conti coming back. I hate the music choices in this movie as well, but still, when he's walking down the streets and he's dressing like he used to me, this feels more of a Rocky film. And I agree with the Sage Stallone stuff. I think he was fine. I think Tommy Morrison was fine. I think this is the movie where we actually get, Sly starts to like cast real boxers as actors, and it's like this movie. Tommy Morrison's a real boxer, and it's like this is kind of like where that started. But I think this movie just gets a lot of undeserved hate. I think people look at the fact that this is just, there's not much action going on. It's more story driven. It's more character driven.
Well, that's how the first
Right.
Rocky was.
And that's exactly.
You know what though? In a way, that's a good thing that this movie did that, because it stays like that throughout the rest of the franchise. It doesn't go back to an action movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, interesting.
But one of the dumbest things, though, it says here, like I'm just reading a little bit into this. It says Paulie was fooled into signing the power of attorney over to Rocky's accountant, who squandered all of his money on real estate deals, gone sour, and failed to pay Rocky's taxes over the previous 6 years. So 6 years, they failed to pay the taxes. His mortgage was $400,000. His mansion. I don't understand that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, so he didn't pay his taxes for 6 years when Adrian was like, "Oh, they're all caught up." I don't get it.
Yeah, it's just bad writing, like you guys said.
Yeah. So like,
yeah.
I think the positives though in this movie overweigh the negatives, even in the theatrical cut. But I do agree that the work print is definitely better, just with some goofy things. But I still think it's a better cut of the film.
Absolutely.
When I was younger, I agree with Dan. Like, I was always disappointed with the street fight. I was like, why isn't Rocky in the ring? Like this isn't Rocky. But then the street fight, like, man, I swear to God, like, I always used to like imitate it. I love the street fight. It's very exciting, and yeah, I don't know. Like, I like the whole like Rocky losing his family because he's not realizing what he's doing to his family, because he's trying to train Tommy because he feels alive again. He feels like he's still got it in him to maybe give what he's learned to somebody else. And in doing that, he's feeling like he can do it. So it's like, I like that whole thing. And that's the problem I have when we get to Creed, but we'll get to that. But I was okay with Rocky being the trainer. It's never been done before, and this is the first time they did, and I was fine with that. Could this movie have been better? Of course. I think this movie could have been a lot better, but I don't agree with the hate it gets. So that's all I'm going to say with that.
I just want to add one thing that I had forgotten real quick. The scene that I really like, and it's in the work print, it's even better. But it's when Rocky is watching Tommy's title fight, and Rocky's getting all into it, and he's hitting the bag. It's like he's feeling like he's in the ring, and like,
yes,
just like the anger he has that he can't be there, but he's also like, living through Tommy. And then when Tommy shuts him down, it's like, oh, I'm here because of George Washington Duke. You can just see the loss in Rocky's face. He right then, that is when he officially realizes it's over.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like we'll get to that in Rocky Balboa where he goes to locations, but I felt like in this movie again we come off of Rocky 4, which had nothing to do. There was nothing with Philly, nothing to do with like Rocky-ish kind of stuff. But now we're jumping back into that. It's like we're revisiting all the cool locations. They even run up the steps. They run through the market just like in the first movie. And they visit the church and Father Carmine like he used to do. Like, all that stuff, to me, it just felt more closer to like the first two films, the first two Rocky films. So that's why I have an appreciation for it.
I was actually going to add one more thing before I let Julie go. I'm going to let her go next. But you say all that stuff like they wanted to make it nostalgic in 1990 for a 1976 movie. But I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I feel like at that time back in 1990, people weren't nostalgic, crazy like they are now. Would you agree with that?
I guess it depends on what you find. I guess it depends on how far you go back. I guess. I mean,
honestly, I think it was more that people enjoyed the simplicity. The general public enjoyed the simplicity of Rocky 3 and Rocky 4. Like they liked it, and it's just like, oh, it's an action movie. Like we like action. Like they made it a popcorn movie, and I think no matter whatever Rocky 5 would have been, like let's say all the problems we had with it like were fixed, I still think people wouldn't have liked it because of the fact that they're pulling away from what was most popular.
They probably wanted Rocky still to be champ and all that.
well, that's people wanted Rocky in the ring.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people were disappointed with that, which is why they did it in Balboa. But I'm saying, people just look at that one reason. It's like, oh, he didn't fight in the ring, whatever. It's not, it's not Rocky.
All right, well, Julie, go ahead.
The only thing that I didn't care for this part was the music because it was more of a rap, and I don't like any of that in there. But that's the only nitpick that I have with the movie. I liked the street fight. I thought that was really cool. The part where Tommy Gunn comes in and tries to take over, and then it's kind of depressing and emotional because Rocky finds out he has brain damage and he's losing his money, and then when Tommy comes in, it kind of brings Rocky's spirit back up, and he's wanting to help Tommy fight, and so he's trying to be like Nick used to do for him, to help Tommy to fight, and then then Tommy does fight, and then Tommy turns against Rocky and wants to fight Rocky when that really didn't want to do, but I didn't see anything wrong with this movie other than the music part.
Go for it. Go for it. Don't you want to punch Bubbles? I want to punch Bubbles.
Pop the Bubbles
fire.
And George Washington Duke, he got on my nerves in this movie. He was like rambunctious and loud, and he was my least favorite character.
Tommy Gunn fights in the ring.
Here's a question: would you rather see him eat a heart or be crazy like in Rocky 5?
I'd rather see him eat a heart.
I'd rather him be crazy than trying to eat the heart. That'd be disgusting.
I'd rather see him eat a heart. I mean,
yeah, he should. I would have. That would have made the best Rocky movie. In this movie, if you saw George Washington Duke like just out of nowhere just start eating a heart.
He should have ate Paulie. He should have ate Paulie's heart.
Yeah, but Paulie doesn't have a heart. That's the problem. Paulie doesn't have a heart.
I like the part where Paulie tells Rocky, he's like, "Your ship's sunk, Rock. It's sunk."
He's the thief. I need alcohol.
I was so freaking tired.
Kenny, the reason why I haven't said much yet is because I'm just waiting for everybody else to speak first.
Well, because he's been eating.
Yeah, so
we gotta let him eat. You gotta let him eat.
Man's gotta eat.
Don't mind me stuffing my face.
But go ahead, Julie.
This is the franchise. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I don't understand why they're hating on this movie a lot, but it's different. Yeah, Rocky's not in the ring, but so what? He still fights.
Yeah,
true. He still fights. Yeah,
but it's still like a character-driven film, and it's like I think people don't. Coming off of Rocky 4, they want to be entertained, and I don't think they were entertained by this.
Yeah, it just made it different, when they fought in the streets and everything, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, they were throwing real punches too. They had no gloves on. Can you imagine the damage they would have had?
Damn.
I mean,
it's got brain damage.
I like the part where George Washington Duke says, "Touch me, and I'll sue." And then Rocky gets ready. He's gonna punch him. He's like, "Come on, punk, touch me or sue." And then Rocky just punches the crap out of him, throws the car. And he's like, "For what?" And he goes, "Huh?"
I like that. I like the scene where he's like, "Hey, yo, father. Hey, yo, father."
He should have knocked his head out.
Mm-hmm.
Rocky looks like he's gonna faint because he's so tired. He's like, "Hey, yo, father."
He's drunk.
I'm tired.
Gonna be
lots of money and stuff, but he wins his family back in the end.
I love it when he does that.
They go to see the art at the art museum.
Knock the guy out. He took my room.
He could have thought of something better
Yeah.
to say than that.
And you painted? When'd you do this, kid? Oh, it's no big deal. Yeah, it is no big deal. Go upstairs. I
Yeah.
don't have time for you.
Yeah, Kenny, it's one of those things that people at the time were getting used to the action Rocky. That like taking that away from audiences, like they
went back to
got mad.
They went back
Yeah.
to the roots of the first movie.
Yeah. So
Tommy wasn't helping any. He was interrupting a lot. It's his fault.
you know what? Tell me you're garbage.
When Rocky's trying to talk to his son, Tommy's like, "Hey man, what did you do this?" It's just like, "Hey, I'm talking to my son here, Tommy."
Yeah.
That's what he should have said.
I should have punched him right there.
Back off, Tommy.
I'm talking to my son.
Yeah.
I'm talking to my son, you bitch. You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, you want to sleep in my son's room? He has nowhere to go.
I like the part where Polly says, "Hey, Junior, Plumber don't leak, does it?" And then he shoots him that look.
Can you imagine living with Polly? God, it's
Oh
Ugh.
man,
stinks over there.
my hair would
I
be all
want to
pulled out.
imagine.
He's a stinky guy.
I know.
And he'll lose all your money.
And
They
he does
actually,
sheets,
that part is kind of funny when they try to celebrate Christmas and then he's dressed as Santa Claus.
The whole
Yo.
football season.
Yeah.
He's like, "No, I think you got it wrong, Polly. It's ho ho ho." He says, "Who cares? What's the freaking difference? Where I come from is yo yo yo."
Hey, greetings, bad boy. Greetings.
Like Santa, why do you smell like whiskey?
Hey, you stink.
Yeah.
We don't need no present.
That ain't Santa, it's Uncle Polly. Let's
Yeah.
get real.
Yeah, you idiot. You idiot.
Yeah.
It's Uncle Polly.
Play along, Junior.
Yeah, he said you should have watched out for deceptions and scams. You
Mhm.
should.
He's hungry. He's got to eat. We'll eat this.
Boom.
Oh, now Rob is
I like
dying.
the fact that he
Oh,
kinda
Rob's
let the
dying
kids
over
know.
here.
Oh,
But
man.
Julie, did you want to add more about Rocky Five?
Yeah,
I
I'm
was just
sorry.
saying I like how Robert got back at those kids, fighting back with them. And then
Yeah,
they
it's one of
become
those things.
friends
He
after
got his
that.
coat back.
Yeah.
Look, he got his coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen your picture in the paper. And you know what?
Yeah.
Your
Oh,
old
yeah.
man's a punk. What?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't care about that storyline with him and those bullies and.
Hey,
they
that's
become
what
friends.
happens in real life. Go for it.
I know,
Dun,
but
Yeah.
dun, dun, dun. That's hey. Hey, that school reminded me of Central, Dan. It did. It looks like Central. Looks like
I
Central
just stole
school.
a kid's coat down the road the other day. I punched him and took his coat.
Was it George's coat?
see, like they're gonna come back and punch you, and you gotta give it back.
Give me your coat. I'm not
Yep.
kidding around anymore.
Yeah.
No way.
No way. Ah, ah.
You know what the slogan is for this movie, though? It's "Go for it," because it's said.
Yeah.
He says it too. The kid, he's like, "Go for it."
It's like, go
It's
for
said
it.
like 8 times.
So just that's it. Go for
Yeah. Well. All right. Well.
That's all I can
But
say.
anyway, 10 out of 10.
Thomas. Go ahead.
Well, me with Rocky Five, I remember. I think this was the last of the first 5 that I did see.
Yeah.
Because the ones I watched
Same here. I saw
were 4 and 1. Those were the ones I watched the most. Was 4 and 1.
Wait. So did you see this, Thomas? Did you see this movie before Rocky Balboa came out, or after?
Before Rocky Balboa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw it a few years before Rocky Balboa.
Yeah, I think I might have seen Rocky 5 on TV probably. I want to say it might have been 2003 or 4 when I was like 9 or 10. And I remember I didn't like it as a kid, like when I was younger. I didn't like Rocky 5, but as the years have come on, I've grown to appreciate it more and more. I still think it's the weakest of the first 5 movies, in my opinion. I still think it is the weakest of the first 5.
Not
But-
just the first time.
But at the same time, though, I actually think it's a pretty decent, good movie, in my opinion.
What?
Nothing.
What the? What'd you say?
Nothing. Go ahead, Thomas.
Okay.
Now,
I said not just the first 5 movies.
Well, the first 5. Like,
and Karate Kid 3.
Yeah, definitely.
Go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, sorry.
But and a little bit of a history or a backstory about Rocky 5. I know Rocky. This was around the time Stallone's career was really floundering. Sadly, around this time, because he had a lot of good movies. Like between Rocky 5 and Rocky 4 and Rocky 5 year window. Stallone's career really was kind of floundering a little bit because Lock Up was a flop, which I don't understand. That's a good movie. Tango and Cash didn't do that well, which
Lock
sucked.
Up is amazing.
I
God.
love Lock Up.
That's weird. You see Tango and Cash didn't do well because that movie's considered great, like nowadays.
Well,
it didn't do well. It didn't
At
do
the
well.
time, it didn't do well.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm saying Stallone's career.
It got popular
It's
after.
bigger. It was a really big rivalry between Stallone and Schwarzenegger. And
Yeah, that's why at the time like Schwarzenegger was like doing his big business.
Schwarzenegger around this time was
huge.
killing it. He had Predator in '87. He had Twins in '88. He had Total Recall in '90.
And Kindergarten Cop.
Schwarzenegger was really killing it.
And then like a year after this movie comes out, Schwarzenegger does Terminator 2, and boom, like
exactly. Like Schwarzenegger was killing it, and Stallone's career after Rocky 4, Lock Up didn't do well, which I think is bullshit. Tango and Cash didn't do well, which I think is a load of horse shit as well.
Cobra didn't do that great either.
Well, that was before. Oh yeah, Cobra didn't do well.
And then like Rambo 3 underperformed.
Rambo 3 was considered a disappointment.
Yeah.
Like, all those films are great. I love all those films with Stallone. I love
Courts are civilized.
Rambo 3. So in a way, I read somewhere that this film was kind of made just for the money, which I can see because I guess Stallone really wanted to get back into being the box office star because you figure Schwarzenegger around this time, like I said, was killing with Total Recall and Twins, Predator, and he was getting all the money. And Stallone wasn't really getting much recognition around this time. And now the theatrical cut, in my opinion, for Rocky 5, I don't think it's not a bad movie at all. I don't think it's great, but I think it's decent. But I still think there are stuff in the work print that make the film better. And I think some of the things that you guys didn't mention when you were talking about the work print, there's a really great emotional scene where they kind of explain more of the brain damage aspect where Stallone has a moment with his son, Robert, about like, are you sick, Dad? And then Stallone's trying to say like, oh no, like I'm fine and all that stuff. So that's kind of like more of an explanation as to why with the brain damage thing. And also another really good scene in the movie as well that I really wish they would have kept in is when they're talking with the lawyer and Rocky finds out that Paulie lost all of his money and he grabs Paulie by his shirt and like throws him against the wall. And it's like he's about ready to punch him. He's like screaming at Paulie.
You should have thrown him out the house.
And it's like, why wasn't that scene in the movie? Like, that's a good emotional
shit.
movie.
See, like that should have been in there. Like that would have been.
Exactly. Rocky 5 scene that should have been in the.
I need to see this work for you guys.
Rocky 5 was the first movie of the Rocky series to show boobs too.
Really?
Oh, that's right.
The work print?
Oh no, theatrical.
I don't remember.
Robert
drew them. On top of that too, what also makes the
that's Madame Dupont
better is the music. The music in the work print is better because you get the Bill Conti score and you get the Vince Nicola training montage, which I think is fantastic. Although in the theatrical cut, I really love the song at the very end by Elton John, "Measure of a Man." Fantastic, fantastic song by Elton John. It's probably one of the more underrated Elton John songs, in my opinion. I love Elton John songs. But when I first saw the film, I didn't really care for Sage Stallone that much, but I warmed up to him over the years because I had to take into account that he's not really an actor; he's a kid. So you got to really take that into consideration a little bit.
It's because of his dad.
Right, yeah. And one of the I know for the original idea for Rocky 5, I don't understand what Stallone was thinking when he was writing the first draft. Rocky was supposed to die, at the end.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I would not like that.
Tommy Morrison finishes him off and he dies in Adrian's arms.
It would have been better if he would have died by the hands of Drago than Tommy Morrison.
Yeah, and on top of that too, there was also
brain damage.
There was another thing too in the first script where Paulie tries to commit suicide.
Oh, this is dark. Well,
and apparently it was a failed suicide. And it's just like I don't know what Stallone was thinking when he was writing the first draft. And apparently, thankfully, in the work print version, they don't go with that dark ending of Rocky dying. And
see,
I'm gonna kill myself.
I think his heart was really broken after his relationship with the robot didn't work out.
And I know Stallone wasn't happy with how Rocky V turned out, and that's why, like you said, they did Balboa in 2006. But I still think there is a lot to like about Rocky V. I really do enjoy Tommy Morrison, Tommy Gunn. I think he's underrated. I tell you, I love the street fight at the end. I absolutely love the street fight. And actually, the street fight was actually choreographed by Terry Funk.
Yes.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Terry Funk choreographed the street fight. And, of course, Terry Funk worked with Stallone on Over the Top. So Terry Funk's rolling over the top is so much fun. Mr. Cutler is talking to you.
He was also in Roadhouse.
And then he pushed him out the window. You would think they would know not to piss him off.
He was also in Roadhouse too.
Ah, that's right. He was in Roadhouse. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, but I tell you that scene in Over the Top is just so badass when he just pushes Terry Funk through the glass door through talking. I think Terry Funk did a pretty decent job choreographing the street fight. And I do think the street fight is better with the Bill Conti score because I never cared for the rap music they put in the soundtrack. I think it was the weakest soundtrack for me of the Rocky franchise. I don't understand why they put all the rap music in there.
They're trying to appeal to younger audiences.
And for me personally, I know this is kind of like a half and half for me, this aspect. Like, I kind of feel like Rocky V, in a way, I can see why some people might consider this a step backward from Rocky IV, because Rocky IV, he was on top of the world and things like that. And then when people think of Rocky V, they're like, oh, well, they went a big step backward. Now he's back to square one, where he was in the first movie, being poor.
It's just the way they did it. It's the execution. It's the execution of it.
Yeah,
I don't think, like, I can see why they, like, if Stallone wanted to go back to the roots of the first movie, but I feel like, though, they didn't really need to do that because he had everything. He had the money, he had his family. I kind of felt like I was watching another remake of the first movie, but just not as executed as good as the first movie. But at the same time, though, I can see why they brought it back to like that, because they kind of wanted to go back to the roots of the original concept of the character of Rocky. So, while in some ways I don't like the fact they went backwards, because from being at the top of the world to being back to being poor again with no money, but also at the same time, though, I can see why they went back to the original roots of the character of Rocky, what made Rocky more character-driven and less of an action movie. So, but there, like I said, there is a lot of really good stuff to like about Rocky V. I think Stallone's acting is more natural in the work print compared to the theatrical cut. I like I said, there's a lot of really good key scenes that were added in the work print that should have been in the theatrical cut, like the musical score, the scene between Stallone and Sylvester Stallone himself, Rocky, and his son Robert. And the street fight, the music being played over the street fight is Bill Conti. The scene with Paulie being screamed at by Rocky for losing all the money. That's a really great scene, really great emotional scene. Like, those are the two best emotional scenes that are in the work print that should have been in the theatrical cut, is with him and his son and the interaction between him and Paulie. And like I said before, Tommy Morrison, underrated. It's sad that he's no longer with us anymore. Tommy Gunn. I think I think he passed away of AIDS, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, his story, what happened to him, is really sad.
Yeah, it is pretty depressing.
Yeah.
And also rest in peace to Sage Stallone as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sad to hear about. I mean that's got to suck for Stallone when you lose your son. You know, you lose your own kid. I mean that sucks big time. That really does. And you know, like I said, as time's going on, I've warned about the Sage Stallone. I do agree with Dan and Rob, especially with Dan. I agree that I think that Sage Stallone and Sylvester Stallone did have a pretty decent chemistry with one another. I really did feel that bond between them. But in a way, though, I kind of like the bonding a little bit more between David Mendenhall and Stallone and Over the Top. I don't know if you guys would agree with me on that. I like.
What is it? What'd you say?
I like the.
I guess I would say equal. I think equal.
In my opinion, for me personally, like I was saying, what I was saying, Rob, is, in my opinion, I kind of like the father and son bonding more, just a little bit more, and Over the Top between David Mendenhall and Stallone.
That movie is kind of catered to that, so I agree with that because it's more of a story of that than it is.
Right, it's more about a father and son bonding. Well, Rocky V isn't really about like a father and son bonding. Like that's more Over the Top. But
I mean, that's just one of the stories in Rocky V.
Yeah, but it's not the main story. But on top of that too, you know, John G. Galveston did a pretty decent job directing. I forget what John G. Galveston did after Rocky V. I'm assuming probably not much, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think he did much.
It's sad because he's now passed away.
But he should have done Next Karate Kid.
Shut up.
Yeah,
we're never going to get off that, are we? Ever.
No.
Apparently not.
But like I said before,
Cobra Kai show coming up soon.
Yeah.
But overall,
hey, that's my line.
But overall, I think Rocky V is decent, but there are flaws with the film. Like I do agree that the George Washington Duke character is way too cartoony and over the top. I still think there was a lot of goofy moments that are not needed. I think you can kind of replace those goofy scenes a little bit in the work print like you can take some of the scenes in the work print version and put those over. I think it would have made the film in the theatrical cut more better. I don't like the rap music. I think the work print fixes that tremendously.
You're losing everything. Come on.
And like I said, I think Stallone's acting is more natural in the work print version. If you see the work print version, you probably get what I mean by that.
You know what? I'm gonna look for the work print version later tonight. I'm gonna watch it.
You know what I'll do? I'll send on Facebook Messenger later after we do the show. I'll send you the link to.
Yeah, there's a few different websites that have it actually.
Yeah, I want to see this work print version.
The way I saw it was on Daily Motion. It's in 4 parts. I'll send you the link.
Okay. All right. Cool.
But overall, you know, I warmed up to Rocky V. I wouldn't say it's my favorite or it's great or anything, but I think it's decent. I don't think it's as bad as the reputation it gets. I mean, like when you hear people talk about Rocky V, they think, "Oh, this is like one of the worst sequels ever," and I'm like, "Have you seen other sequels that are? Like, have you seen like
Jaws 4?
Yeah.
Have you seen 4? Have you seen Nightmare on Elm Street 5? Have you seen Elm Street 6?
Yeah.
Like, have you seen those sequels? Like this is one of the more. I think, in my opinion, I really do think this. I think it's one of the more underrated sequels that doesn't really get that much.
Yeah, I can agree. I agree. It's definitely not worth the hate. It's definitely not.
There's a lot of stuff to like about the film, but at the same time, there are certain flaws with the film.
I agree.
I mean, every movie's going to have flaws, but
yeah, not all movies can be perfect.
The flaws.
Well, Rocky 1's perfect.
Yeah.
except for the R word scene.
Shut up! It's perfect.
That's the only nitpick. Yeah.
Yeah. Overall, I say if I had to give it a rating out of 10, I'd probably say maybe a 7.
Okay.
Leprechaun sequels? Oh
I
God,
agree.
Kenny.
Yeah, I agree, Kenny. Leprechaun sequels are
Leprechauns. Oh, they all suck. Everything sucks.
Yeah.
Oh man,
The first one's kind of fun, but
the first and returns are good. I like those.
I have done fun with Leprechaun 4.
oh God.
Do you want the stats on Rocky 5 or?
Yeah. I'm
and then you said you had a question for us.
Oh yeah. The question's unrelated it's related to Rocky, but not Rocky 5. But here, I'll say, okay, so this movie had the highest budget so far. The Rocky movies at $42 million, and I would gather that probably $20 million of that was probably Sly's salary.
Yeah, because that does not show in the movie. 42. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so $42 million was the budget, but it only domestically it earned $41 million. So I mean that's low.
Yeah,
but
that's not
worldwide it did $120 million. So it probably made a slight profit, but not enough for it to be considered a hit. 29% on Rotten Tomatoes, but IMDb scores it at 5.3.
That's way too low.
5.3 seems fair enough. I mean,
it needs to be above average.
You would think as much hate this movie gets, it would have been lower.
I can deal with 70%, but
I still feel like 5.3 is a little too low.
Rocky 5 was 90%.
Yeah, give it at least a 6. So here, this was my question. I don't think this has been asked. This is for all of us, but what was the first Rocky movie you saw in the theater?
I actually got to see Balboa in the theaters.
I've only seen one I've only seen one movie in the theater.
Well, I didn't see him in the theater. I saw him on TV.
I think I saw Rocky. I thought I saw Rocky 5 in the theater. Pretty sure I did.
Thomas, was Rocky Balboa. Julie, you didn't see even Creed not in the theater, or?
No, I saw him on TV.
I got to see both Creed in the theater.
I did go see Rambo Last Blood in theater.
Okay.
I remember seeing Cliffhanger in the theater, man. That was awesome.
The only one I saw in theaters was Creed 2.
Wow.
You are
one.
I had plans to watch Creed 1 in theaters, but it didn't happen. So
I tell you what, Rob, you are one lucky son of a bitch that you saw Cliffhanger in the theater.
I was really young.
I saw Cliffhanger 2.
It was.
Man, I can't really imagine what that experience was. That had to have been a blast.
See, Dan, Dan, what was
to go see that in the theaters?
What was the one you saw?
Rocky 4 was the first one I saw in theaters, and I can remember it, and it was amazing.
God, you are old.
I was 6. I was 6 years old.
When you see a movie, when anyone sees a movie that came out before I was born, that's old.
What year were you born again, Alex?
90. When this one came out.
Oh, 1990.
Yeah.
You were a baby.
And I was like,
detox.
I suck, man. Yeah.
I was born 1980.
1982.
1994.
I was born when one of the greatest movies ever came out, and that was John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah. 1982, one of the best horror films ever.
I think Prom Night with Jamie Lee Curtis came out in 1980, right?
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Right.
Overall thoughts.
You know what also, Julie, another fun thing, you know what also came out the year you were born in 80? One of my favorite horror films ever, The Shining.
That's my favorite horror movie.
That's my second favorite.
Yeah, The Shining, yeah.
I'm sad to say I was born in 1979.
He's a 70s guy.
No.
That's cool. You know what?
The 70s.
That's another one that was.
Dan was born when Rocky 2 came out. Rob was born when Rocky 3 came out. I was born when Rocky 5 came out. And unfortunately, Julie and Thomas, a Rocky movie didn't come out when you guys were born. No. Oh well.
Yeah.
No, it was only 3 when one came out.
You're born in the wrong year.
Hey, 1980 is a good year now.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah.
1994 was a damn good year for movies.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
The 80s and 90s
man,
were really good
the
years.
60s.
Oh, Thomas, are you the youngest one here?
Yes.
Okay.
He's a baby.
I am 26.
I ate the baby.
I am probably over this.
He's just a
I can't believe
boy.
we spent over an hour on Rocky 5.
And we didn't really argue either.
Not
Really
really.
argument.
Yeah, this is a nice stream.
94 was a damn good year for movies. You had Speed, you had Dumb and Dumber, you had The
I
Lion
saw
King.
Speed in the theaters.
Oh, you lucky. You are lucky.
Oh,
Speed,
yeah.
Speed was a great movie to see in
That
the
would have been
theater.
awesome to see.
Man,
And
I
I
was
saw the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I saw Speed in the theater.
I was born in the wrong
in the
decade.
I saw part
Like,
2 of the Turtles in the
you got
theaters. I'll do that in a
in
minute.
the
Yeah.
theaters. You are.
I just
so
want to
lucky.
mention something. Dan and I, let's see, we started with Rocky Balboa, and we saw every movie in the theater after that, like from Rocky
Yeah.
Balboa on. As far
Every
as Rocky.
movie, though. Every movie of all time, we go.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, Birds of Prey, excellent.
And I saw Titanic in theaters.
Oh yeah, I forgot that came out the year I was born too. True Lies.
True Lies, yeah.
That was a good one.
All
Yeah.
right.
True Lies is awesome.
So,
You know why I hate that movie? Because it hasn't had a Blu-ray release yet.
so overall thoughts, I think we could all agree that Rocky 5 is not that bad.
It's not garbage, but it's like
It's not
garbage.
garbage, you know. It's not garbage, but it's what?
It's not garbage. It's just light garbage.
Okay. It's recycle.
The
It's recycle.
bin, perhaps.
Is that fair enough to say? It's recycle.
Just send
Okay.
it to the
Yeah.
recycle bin.
It's recycle.
Ugh.
Not too bad. I mean, it is copying the first movie, you know, in a way. So it's recycle.
Yeah.
All right. So after this one came out and practically flopped, there was no Rocky movie for a decade and a half. And
Yeah.
we got Rocky Balboa in 2006. And I remember when this one came out. And you know what? When this movie came out, I don't remember having that much hype. What I thought it would have.
Yeah, Dan and I could disagree with that.
No, but I mean, like, it wasn't like, you know.
No,
like,
I know, but
you know what I mean?
But the hype.
I know.
It
right?
actually,
I mean,
it
if you're
actually
Rocky- You're a big Rocky fan,
overperformed what they thought it would do.
because, you know, at this time everyone was like, "Oh, Stallone, he's old," you know.
Dan and I were the only ones who dressed up for this movie. Everyone else was looking at us like, "Who the hell are these guys?" Like, honestly, like, no, we dressed up for a Rocky
Because
movie.
because like when you go to Rocky movie, you don't really, like, dress up like Star Wars fans or like comic
Well,
book fans. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
that means no one else was fans. If you can't dress up for it, then screw you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe like in Philadelphia, like I could see like fans dressing up.
Well,
Like Thomas, did people dress up like when you went to go see this movie in theaters?
No one really even knew about Rocky Balboa other than myself.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I didn't feel like there was like crazy hype. Like when like the Star Wars prequels came out, or like, you know,
Yeah, like
other stuff.
a lot of my kids back in that time were kind of more into like Harry Potter and
Yeah, and Star
Yeah.
Wars
Oh, yeah. It was
Dan dressed
definitely,
up.
and Spider-Man. You know.
yeah, definitely. If this was
Spider-Man
more of
movies.
like an older fan base coming out for support.
well, you know
I
what?
dressed up as gray sweats Rocky, and then he was the leather coat Rocky with the hat.
Did you have the bouncing ball though?
Rob and Dan said that
No.
they weren't fans. Or
You're not a fan then.
how about to say I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna say, man, when Rob and Dan said when they went to like when they dressed up and people were like looking at them saying like who the hell are these guys? And then they were like, oh, they're not true fans of Rocky. And I'm like, well, I would have grabbed those people by the neck and threw them out of the theater.
Yeah.
I had the bloody hands. It looked like I punched someone and murdered them.
You did
Like
it.
I had bloody hands. Yeah, from
That shit
Rocky's a
that
serial killer.
nowadays would not fly nowadays.
I was beating the meat.
I was just saying, you got your beating the meat.
I was.
You wouldn't even spit my water. You would have made me spit my water if I actually drank something.
Hey Rob, was that because you were lonely?
No, I had Dan with me. He's the one who let me in to beat the meat.
This one.
I tell you,
He snuck me into Shamrock. He snuck me into Shamrock Meats.
I'm I'm proud of this show right now because that was the first dirty joke we've done the whole show. And it's an hour and 20 minutes in.
It wasn't supposed to be dirty. Get that out of your mind.
But Robert Gannon, which one of you wants to go first? Because you guys were like, this was like big. This was like when like when like Star Wars, like for you guys, like this was like a big deal.
Yeah,
a big deal. It was bigger than you know.
Yeah, like bigger than like any Star Wars movie, bigger than whatever.
I mean, I'll go unless Rob wants to go first.
No, you go first because you're the biggest fan. So
okay, go.
All right.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I have a lot to say about this movie. This movie really holds a special place in my heart. I'll probably get very serious during this conversation. This movie. There was talk of this movie for like maybe a 10-year period before it came out. Maybe not that long. Maybe like a 7-year period. But Stallone was like desperately trying to get this movie made, and no one wanted to make this movie. And to this day, if you ask Stallone what his proudest accomplishment is, it's this movie. He says it's not Rocky 1. He said Rocky Balboa was harder to get made than Rocky 1 was. And it's such a reflection of, Stallone does this all the time. The Rocky character reflects his own life. And, at this point you're talking, Stallone was in his 60s, let me think. He was born in 40. I think he was 60 when the movie came out. I could be wrong on that. He was late 50s or early 60s. Anyway, people were saying he's washed up. He's a has-been. Like he can't do it anymore. He can't be an action hero. And it's just like Stallone, he's always telling, don't do what people tell you. You got to do what you do for yourself. And he proved that he could still do it. And when the movie was greenlit, I was just so happy because, again, I had been. He did a TV show called The Contender. I don't know if you guys remember this, but it was a reality boxing show. And I remember when that promo came out, I remember Rob and I talking, just being like, man, look, he can still do Rocky. Like, look at what he's doing, because in the promo, he's boxing. And
Dan, just to interrupt you a minute. Yeah, you're right. He's in his early 60s.
Okay.
Yep.
Like we saw, we're like, geez, like, and when you're a fan of something, obviously you want to see it happen. But then, you got the public. They say all the time, like, oh, a perfect example is Jim Carrey. Oh, like he needs to just hang it up. Like he's too old. Like too old. Hollywood is always like too old. And I love the line in Rocky Balboa when Rocky's like, oh, you think you should stop trying things because you've had too many birthdays? It's like, man, like what he writes the character so well. And that's exactly what Stallone wanted to prove. Stallone wanted to prove that he can still do this and also bring an audience.
Kenny, his name was Antonio Tarver.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like this movie, I was just so happy when I heard this movie was coming out. And I remember this. I was on a cruise ship with my wife. And the trailer was supposed to drop, and I wasn't at home to watch the trailer. And I remember they had like on the boat like these internet tables that you could access the internet. And I tried desperately for probably like 40 minutes to like watch the trailer, and the internet just wasn't working right. So like I had to wait till I got home. But I was just like, that's how much into it I was. We were on like, it wasn't our honeymoon. It was like anniversary. But I was still like, I gotta see this trailer. And I didn't get to, but anyway, I remember, so yeah, Rob and I went to the theater, and when the movie started, I was just so into the movie. Like I cried probably like 4 times during that movie because I just felt for the character so well, and I think Stallone did such a good job with the script for this movie.
I'm guessing the opening. I'm guessing the opening when you see how Rocky life is now. Like, whoa.
Yeah, and just from Adrian's gone right away, and then like when he goes to his son's work to just talk with his son, and you can tell that relationship is strained, and Rocky is wanting to connect with his son, and he can't. Robert is totally like, I'm done with you. Like, I'm living in your shadow. Oh, like so many good scenes. And you just like, when Rocky breaks down in the meat locker, that just came out of nowhere. Like, you did not expect that to happen. I was just like, man, like I just was in tears, but I was just like so drawn into the movie. Geez, how do I proceed here? So the Rocky character, like, they put him in a position where enough time had passed where I think that's another reason why this movie was successful, because people wanted to get that nostalgia, like Alex was saying, at this point in time. I think some of that, what you said, was true. But Rocky just wants to be a prominent person. He doesn't want to be left behind. He wants to stand up and say, look, I'm still here. Like, I'm still worth something. I can still do things. And no one, even in the movie, no one believes in him. His son doesn't believe in him. The press makes fun of him. This is all things in real life that were happening to Stallone when he wanted to make the movie. And basically, yeah, so he just everything was great. Like, in the scene where he goes to get the dog at the shelter, it's like the steps was like, oh, like, that's an old dog. We don't need that dog. Like, he's old, he's dying. And Rocky is like looking at this dog like, that's me. Like, I'm old. Like, I'm kind of washed up. But like, then Rocky's like, oh, he's still got some gas in the tank, like, oh no, he can still do some good. And it's just like, there's so many moments, like, there's stuff in the basement. Like, there's so many good scenes in this film. And
all right, man. All right, man.
Fucking steps.
How about Fleabag?
Then all this culminates. He gets the exhibition fight with Mason the Line Dixon, and I remember, I don't think I've ever done this in the theater. And Rob, I think you did it with me, but I don't know if you did. You can. Okay.
Yeah.
When we stood up, I remember when Rocky knocked Dixon down, like, we stood up in the theater. Like, I don't think I've ever done that in the theater. Like, to stand up and like, yes, like, that was just like, that was just amazing.
Can I wait? Yeah. I want to say this really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
When the training montage happens, everybody in the theater was like, yeah, like laughing and like being like, yeah, like everyone, like, that was like, how the training montages are highlights.
Yeah.
That was like seeing a Rocky movie in the theater, seeing the training montage happen. It was just like, oh my God, it was the best thing ever.
I know, yeah, and you know what? So I haven't really been I've been talking more about my experience, but you brought up a good point. Like, everything was hitting to the audience that was in the theater. Like the comedy, like the little bursts of comedy, like with Paulie's lines, like, "Oh, do I look like a freaking Indian?" and stuff like that. Like, everyone was laughing. I mean, that's the thing. There was some levity. There was some levity in the film, and then they would just like rip your heart out in other scenes. Adrian not being in the film, it was like her presence is felt through the whole movie. Like, this is why he wants to be relevant. This is just one other reason. But when the movie ended, when he was at the grave and he's like, we did it, and he walks away, like, in my opinion, like, that was the perfect end of the saga. Like, nothing else would have been more perfect than that. The piece fit perfectly. I just am just like that. That's exactly how it should have ended, and that it was just perfect. Like, I was totally content. Like, I did not walk away like, well, yeah, I wish like this would have happened or that. I was just like yes, like that.
Nothing else needed to happen. I mean,
yeah. This movie, like, I mean, I'm not going to give a ranking or anything yet, but I just like this particular film of all of the movies, even over part one, like it just holds a special place in my heart, and it probably has to do with me seeing it in the theater, and also like it being, everyone thought Rocky V was it, and everyone also was like, man, that series, it didn't end on a high. It ended okay. Like, yes, he got his family back, but he's still broke, and like he has brain trauma. But like, man, it was just like and they explained away his even Stallone has said like it was a misdiagnosis about brain damage. It was like more of like a concussion. Like that's based, I know, and it's a rewrite. Like obviously in Rocky V they were planning on it being brain damage, but logically and factually, like that could have been misconstrued as a concussion. So that's kind of how they got rid of that. But also you got to see Stallone. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like look at the shape this guy's in this movie. Like yes, he can still do it. I mean, and even nowadays, this guy's in his 70s and he looks great. So I know I don't mean to ramble. I guess Bill Conti's music is great. Geraldine Hughes does a great job as Little Marie. Milo how do you say his last name?
Venta something.
Yeah. He was
with him.
Great. He was great as Robert. Him and Stallone had great chemistry together. If I had to, so I will say, here's a couple small things that I didn't particularly care for. I thought the fight, the way the fight was filmed, they tried to do it like an HD HBO fight, the way it was shot. I didn't like particularly like that. I feel, they tried to film like a real boxing match. I didn't particularly like that, but with that being said, the boxing in this was way more realistic, and they were getting hit in this movie. I mean, especially Stallone. Like he got knocked out, and that scene, the second time he gets knocked to the ground, that he got knocked out. That's a real take, but he was taking the hits.
Kenny, I don't think he suffered brain damage, but he did get knocked out. So, and he did get. Yeah.
Yes, he got knocked out in Rocky, this one.
Even in Rocky IV, he was getting hit too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll give a little bit of trivia on that later for Rocky IV. But so besides that, Mason Dixon, I guess he was fine, and I feel like his storyline. I mean, they tried to make him more of like an Apollo Creed, where you want to. He had something to prove. That was his storyline. Like he kind of had something to prove, and they didn't really focus on it very well, which took away from his character. But I don't want to see that anyway. I want to see Rocky's storyline. So, I mean, as far as like the development goes, like I'd say Mason Dixon, out of going through the movies, like he was probably the weakest opponent of all of those as far as the character development goes.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
Again, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I'm like, oh, that like he did a bad job. I just think like they didn't really do much with him. And then you have Steps was just kind of like he was there. Like he didn't hurt the movie, but he wasn't necessary, I guess. I mean, there's a lot of deleted scenes with him, and it's probably because they realize, okay, no one needs to see that. But
if they cut him out, it wouldn't have changed anything. It would have just, he would have just been gone. He really didn't help anything.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's all I have to say, and I do apologize. I don't know how long I've been talking. I'm sure I've been talking a long time, and this was the one I really wanted to talk about. I did not see. I don't know what time I started talking. It might be like 15 minutes. So anyway, thanks for that. But I think that's. I mean, obviously, I love the film. So.
All right, Rob, you can go next.
I'll be quick here. I agree with. I feel the same way as Dan. I actually appreciate this movie a lot more than I used to, even though I did still love it. I loved it. But when the Creed movies came out, it's like my mind changed. But now it's changed again. This movie is the perfect ending to the Rocky series, and in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I don't think the Creed movies needed to happen. We'll get to that. But I feel like this is the perfect end. I don't think we need to explore Rocky's story anymore. And I feel like he's lost enough. And in this movie, he kind of gained some back. And it's like I felt like Talia Shire being gone at first. I missed her so much. I'm like, I wish she was in this movie. But then that really helped with the emotions. That's why I was sad all the time, because I was hoping she was there. So I really missed her character. One thing I will touch on that Dan didn't. Here's the thing, like, they make it in this movie seem like Rocky's going to get together with little Marie. And when this movie was happening, I'm like, they better not do that. I'm like, they better not do that. What really clinched it for me was when they were in the hotel and she kisses him. And I'm like, I'm really hoping they don't go that route. And they didn't go that route. And I was really happy with that.
Thank God.
I was really happy with that, because I'm like, that wouldn't make any sense. It would be kind of stupid.
Well,
you know what though? To me,
it would have been a slap in the face too.
To me, I think
What?
Stallone should have cut out that kiss. Like, not that scene, have that scene of them together in the hotel room, but cut out the kiss. And
well, it's not.
It would have been perfect.
It wasn't. But it wasn't an intimate kiss. It wasn't an intimate.
No.
She just kisses him on the cheek. It's not intimate. It was just for good luck or whatever.
She did to him what Rocky did to Adrian in the first movie. No, just kidding.
Not really. She didn't lock the doors. You wouldn't even be able to stop Rocky and Rocky Balboa. Look how big he is. You can't do nothing.
Little Marie.
But you know what? If you don't kiss me back, I don't care.
I love. That's the thing. Like, I'm glad they didn't go that way. I agree with Dan that Antonio Tarver, I mean, as Mason Dixon, I think he was really weak, and I didn't see anything unique about him versus the other villains. I didn't look at him as a villain. I looked at him as just another boxer trying to make it, and I don't know. I just felt that was kind of like a weak sense of storytelling, but it was, again, to get Rocky in the ring and to show that he can still do it against someone who is younger, who is undefeated and all that stuff. I get that. But I would have preferred someone who was more intimidating. I think that would have been, but again, it's not about action. It's a character piece movie. It's not about that. So like, just a few things, like I said, there's just a few things that I thought that, were just, I guess, nitpicks. But other than that, this movie is very emotional. It's very good. And it's ranked a lot higher on my list right now than it was before. When Creed came out, this movie was actually ranked a lot lower. But now my mind has totally changed. It's high. So that's pretty much I have to say on it.
Okay. Chili, you can go now.
Yeah, when I seen this and the trailer and everything when it first came out and Adrian wasn't in there, I was like, man, is this still going to be good without one of the characters? Because I hate sometimes when they change up characters in movies and it just doesn't make any sense when they do it. But, I was just,
Robert
I
Humphrey.
kind of like Robbie.
Bobby.
Yeah. I missed Adrian.
Yeah, I was hoping that she would come back too, but I didn't. That was the only part I didn't like what they did in the movie was they took her out, and because she was Rocky's rock, she was there when he needed her, when he needed. She was there, always there. And then he has this restaurant. He runs this restaurant, and they have those commercials, those fighting commercials and stuff with the robots and everything. And then that kind of wants him to get back to fighting, and he has to go get his certificate and everything to go back into the ring and fight, and to prove to the people that just because he is at his age, he can still bring it. And
yeah.
But
Fun fact: Adrian's is actually called Victor's Cafe, a real place that you can go eat in Philly.
Yep.
I actually didn't stop there. I went to I went to a lot of locations, but we didn't have time to eat there. So
we gotta go there. We gotta go there.
You gotta come visit me.
Thomas, have you been there?
I never ate inside there, but I've driven past Victor's Cafe before.
What kind of Rocky fan are you?
But yeah, I mean, and when Lil Marie and Rocky were talking, I was like, they bring her back in the picture. I was kind of worried too that they would hook up and everything after what happened with him and Adrian, and I was like, I don't think that would be a good idea if they went down that route, but whatever. But I thought it was a pretty good little movie, considering. And it was emotional and everything with him having flashbacks and
Yeah.
remembering the good days and going back to the apartment and everything. And Polly gets all mad and telling me, you're living backwards, Rock. You need to move forward and everything. And he said, you had the good times. I had the bad times. I don't have to listen to this,
Yeah.
But yeah, it was definitely kind of emotional, movie. But that's the only nitpick I didn't like about it was Adrian wasn't there. But that's it. That's all I got to say on that.
One thing I want to mention that I didn't mention before, we were talking about Rocky V, how the music don't match. And Rocky Balboa, they do kind of the same thing with 3-6 Mafia, which is the entrance to Mason Dixon, but they play that theme throughout the movie.
Mhm.
Like in the beginning, they play it. Hit him with the left, hit him with the right. It's kind of like the new age rap. And I'm just wondering how everyone feels about that.
It's one of those things where, again, they try to appeal to audiences of 2006.
Right, but that's why I'm comparing it to like Rocky V, because they did the same thing there. But
for me, so it's like when he does his entrance, they have like the words with the music and like that. I'm okay with that because I guess that makes sense with like him coming in and out. And then when they play in the beginning, they don't have the words. It's just like
it's
kind of the beat.
yeah.
So I guess it wasn't as noticeable to me as sticking so out there. Like, whoa, this is a music of the times, but as much as Rocky V.
Yeah, when they go pick out the dog in this movie, I was like, "Were they going to name the dog?" And then they decided to name it Punchy. I was like, "What?"
Oh, and the scene where Stallone is running in the snow, that was actually happening. Like when he was running, they filmed it at that moment, and Stallone's like, "We got to get this, we got to capture this," and then he was running in the snow.
Yeah, it was just luck that happened.
I like the part where he puts his business card on the steps. He said, "I'm gonna put the card on steps."
Or steps. Yeah.
All right, man.
It's like, did you not? Oh, and Spider was back.
Why don't you come get something to eat? It's free.
I like the part where he says, "Let me do something, Rock. Let me help you clean up, do something in the kitchen." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm glad Jesus didn't ask me to cook."
We got a special guest right now.
Hey, there's Dan.
Hey, Landon.
Hey there. What's up,
Thomas? Are all gangs all here? You have fun?
Hi, Dan.
Okay. And Logan wants to say hi. There's Logan in his Santa.
Logan.
We got Santa Claus.
What's up, Logan?
Yo. See
How
everybody?
y'all doing?
Say hi.
What's up, guys?
Isn't the name of Rocky's grandson in Creed 2 Logan?
I think so.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Come to think
I
about
don't care.
Oh. My God.
That ain't right, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll get to that when that happens.
Yeah, but you care so much about Rocky 5.
Okay.
All right. Really,
Thomas, you want to go or?
Julie, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Thomas.
I'll go next on Balboa. I agree with Dan. I mean, I'm not going to say too much about the film because I think Dan perfectly summed it up very, very well. I mean, and Dan was right. Stallone really made this film just to prove to everybody that he still has it. It was really a tough sell because people with Rocky, you thought like making the first film was really hard to get by. But with this one, like Dan said, it was even tougher because people didn't really think Stallone really had it in him anymore because he was in his 60s at this point. And Stallone proved everybody wrong. He still has it in this film. And it's such a great emotional movie, a lot of emotions. I tell you, like the scene that always gets me teared up every single time when I see it is when he goes to Adrian's grave and says, "Adrian, we did it," and then he walks away. I mean, you talk about just the perfect send off for the Rocky franchise. That was it right there. That when he walks off and tells Adrian, "Yo, we did it," like that's the perfect way to send off Rocky. Like he's on top of everything now, things like that. Like it's fantastic. It's a great way to end it. And although when we get to Creed, I mean, I'm not saying I hate the Creed movies, but I don't think the Creed movies really were necessary because Balboa ended it in such a way that it was the perfect way to end the arc of the character. You know, you got to see Rocky's full arc. He went from being this underdog to a nobody to like everybody worships and adores very, very much. And Stallone gives a great powerhouse performance. And I know it's like around this time where people like, well, kind of like what Alex said, like, oh, Stallone, like really, like Stallone's making another movie again. He's too old for this.
Yeah.
And then Stallone proved them wrong. Not only with Balboa, but he also proved them wrong with Rambo in 08.
Mm-hmm.
Proved them wrong with that too.
Yeah.
And both
and the Expendables.
And the Expendables, yeah. Shows that it shows that Stallone has it.
Well,
Hey,
you know what? I need to see the Expendables again before I say anything negative about it. Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, and Balboa. I mean, 2006. That was like it's hard to believe that it was 16 years later that we got another Rocky movie, and it's also one of those things too where it's kind of like, oh, we're kind of like digging up this old character again. Like, a lot of the times that doesn't really go too well. Like when you bring back a character after so many years, like look what happened with Dumb and Dumber 2. You look what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, look what happened with Bill and Ted 3. Like you wait so many more years later, and then you dig up these old characters that were so loved back in the day, and things like that. And I think this is a prime example of bringing up an old character and doing it the right way.
I agree with you, Robert Humphrey. I'm more of a Rocky fan than a Creed fan.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about it. I'm the same way too. But like I was saying before, this is a prime example of how you bring an old character back and you utilize them the right way. Kind of like the same thing with Rambo 4 in 2008. That's how you bring an old character back from many years later and you utilize them correctly and you get a damn good movie like Balboa or you get a good film like Rambo. And sadly, a lot of times movies fail to do that. Dumb and Dumber, Bill and Ted, like they fail so miserably. It's like you can't really do anything more with those characters. But Stallone, though, still has it in him. And, I tell you, and Stallone came back to direct this once more because he did the 2, 3, and 4, and then he directed this. And he did one damn good job directing the film. But I will say, though, the one thing I never really cared for, even though I do like him in the film, is Mason the Line Dixon. I like Mason the Line Dixon, but to me though he's not. I know this might sound weird, but I don't know if you'll agree or not. But I don't think he's as memorable as Tommy Morrison in Rocky 5.
I agree with that.
Oh no, yeah, he's the least interesting opponent for sure.
Right, like he's definitely no Drago or Apollo or even Mr. T or things like that. He's definitely not on the line of that. And I think Tommy Morrison was far of a better, more memorable villain than Mason the Line Dixon. Not to say that Mason was bad. I just don't think he was as memorable as the first 5, not like the first 4 villains or 4 antagonists like Apollo, things like that. But not to say that it was a bad villain, but I digress on that. But overall, though, Rocky Balboa, fantastic movie, great emotional scenes, and Bill Conti comes back to do the score. And I do think the Bill Conti score in this is far better than the rap music that was in Rocky 5. It's definitely a big step up. And like I said, Stallone did a damn good job directing this. Very well done, giving a powerhouse performance. And I'll tell you what too. I didn't mention this when we did Rocky 5, but I like the little hallucination of Mickey Burgess Meredith. in Rocky 5, I kind of forgot to mention that a little bit, and always makes me sad to know that Burgess Meredith is no longer with us anymore. A fantastic character actor, Burgess Meredith. But yeah, very, very solid movie overall. And I think, in my opinion, this is where the series should have ended. It was Rocky Balboa. It was the perfect send-off for Stallone in the franchise of Rocky.
Hey, really quick, I wanted to touch on what scene that made me tear up the most now is the scene after he's done fighting. He's walking, and they put his hands up, and then he like points up to the sky like he's pointing at like Adrian's up there, like watching him kind of.
Right.
And then when the guy grabs his hand and it focuses on that, like I don't know, that whole part there, I lose it.
Mhm.
I just lose it because I know that that's the last time I'm going to see him in the ring.
Right.
Right, yeah.
And just to clarify something for you guys, Dan and I had a chance to go to that final fight, but we actually passed it up because we couldn't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, and another reason I remember, that was because they were looking for audience members, and Bob and I also debated. We were like, do we want the movie spoiled because we're going to see the fight?
Oh, okay, yeah. You guys talked about that before. Like, yeah, it was about if you're there, if you actually decided to go there and you would have made it, the movie would have been spoiled for you. But then again, didn't they film 2 endings?
They did. Yes, they did. But you wouldn't have known that until you were there.
Right.
Okay. It is one of those things. Like, oh man, like if you get to be in the set of a movie that you want to really see, but
and
you
see
would
Stallone down, that would have been awesome.
Yeah, but you would know it would cut out the experience watching it for the first time. Knowing what's going to happen. And knowing what they did. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
Yeah, I'm happy with our decision.
Yeah, me too.
No regrets. Yeah. All right, so Thomas, you're done?
Yes, I'm done giving my thoughts.
Okay. I had a very different experience from all you guys because the first time I didn't see this in theaters, but I didn't even see it like right when it came out on DVD. I didn't see it till like a few years later. And the first time I saw it, I hated it. Like I was against every decision you made. Like, okay, I was in the Stallone's too old mindset. Like, why is Adrian dead? Like, why did he do this? Why did he do that? Like, it's dumb. I didn't get what Stallone was trying to do.
Oh my god!
At all, because but then again, like years pass by, my mindset changes on a few things, just like in life in general. So I think that changes the way you look at certain films you saw when you were younger compared to you see them now. And and I actually saw this again when Creed 2 was about to come out. So I was marathoning all the movies, and when I got to this one, weirdly enough, this and wasn't even like it wasn't even on purpose. It just like happened like because I already saw Rocky 5, and then this was up next to watch, and the weekend I saw this one again was actually. Thomas, you know what I'm talking about. This was the same weekend where our friend Will Long passed away.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that kind of, I mean, I would have seen the movie more positive anyway, but like that kind of took an effect a bit because I kind of understood like, okay, this is how people are when they lose somebody they care for.
Right. We all care about Will.
Yeah. So like in my mind it was like oh man, like I can't picture what his wife was going like Will's wife Kathy.
I felt so bad for Kathy.
So it's like this is what and this like
who are you talking about?
Is our friend from Facebook Will Long. He passed away 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on like a lot of our horror groups. He would do like a couple of like
all right.
Like watch he would do like a couple watch parties with us and
he passed away
very young.
2 years ago, of a heart attack.
Yeah, from a heart attack.
Heart attack, yeah. And like that took an effect on how I was viewing like this kind of movie. Because like when I see this kind of movie, and like as a teenager, when I don't really understand like how life works, it makes sense why I would dismiss it like that I originally did. To like now, seeing it again, I saw it last night. Seeing it again, like it took even more effect on me because as you guys said, like that scene where like Rocky's talking to Polly, when he's telling him like I want to fight again, and he says like are you mad that Adrian left you? Like she didn't leave Polly, she died. The way he delivers that line, like that hits.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that hits.
Very emotional.
Oh
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And like okay, I see like okay, real like in the real world, like when someone like Rocky and Adrian, like that could happen. Like one of them could pass away because of cancer. That's harsh reality of life.
Right.
And I understand what Stallone was going for, and he executed it so well. And then the more I see this movie, the more not only do I appreciate it, like the more I would put it up there. If you asked me 5 years ago where I would rank Rocky Balboa, I would probably put like last. Because I did not like that, like he did all these things. Like I wanted Adrian to be in the movie. I wanted, like I didn't like Stallone's old, But they addressed that. But they addressed that in the movie. Like his son says like, "Aren't you too old?" And he explains like, "Yeah, but it's something I need to do."
Kind of relates to Rocky 2 a little bit. It's like Adrian had problems in Rocky 2. Remember when she fell in the coma? It's like she's had problems. It's realistic.
Yeah. And and one thing I like. You guys already mentioned this. Yeah, one thing I didn't like or didn't care for was Mason Dixon. He wasn't really that good of a character or an opponent. He was just there.
Yeah.
I felt he was one note. Like, whatever.
Yeah, his fighting style wasn't even unique. It was just like he was just a regular boxer.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't really. Again, you guys also mentioned this. I didn't really care for Steps, the Steps character. Like, you could have done without him.
Could have, yeah. It just showed that little Marie. It just shows that little Marie was, she had a son, and then her husband wasn't around, or her boyfriend or whatever wasn't ever there. So.
Yeah, I know. Like, they try to make the connection. Like, oh, like Rocky, like he has a son, she has a son. Like, oh, like, and he still sees her as a little girl in a way. Like that's all. Right. That's all he knew her as. Like,
it's amazing that he remembered the insult, but she never remembered it. And
that's one thing that kind of bothered me. Like
he's the one that had the brain damage, but yet he remembers that. It's like,
but I guess you could say like maybe she was just like she has changed so much she's forgotten how much of a little brat she used to be.
Well, I mean, she was a kid, so it's like
right.
See, he was already like an adult in a sense, so it probably.
When I found out that she was in the movie, like. I don't know. I think it was a brother who told me because he saw the movie before I did. He's like, "Oh yeah, they're a couple." And I'm like, "What?" And I was like, "What the hell?"
She's a good actress. She was in Gran Torino. She's in a couple other films.
Oh, you mean what's her name?
Geraldine Hughes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she had a small role in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood as well.
Yep.
And like the Stallone. This is his best movie as a director, by the way. In my opinion.
I can see that.
I think he's a good director in general, but I think this is his best directing job.
I always laugh at the part with the girl. I always laugh at the part with the girl in the bar, like.
Buy us a drink.
Who you think you are? You ain't no better than me. No better.
Yeah. So like they're trying to mirror like, oh, this is the little Marie of the 21st century, the disrespectful little brat,
I wanted to slap her.
She wasn't even an actress. That's just a real person they picked.
I can tell. You gotta tell.
Yeah.
Like that goes with Stallone trying to make this grounded and real. This is how people talk.
Who is the bartender? She's like, what was that all about?
Yeah.
How you doing, Rock?
How
you doing, Rock?
I like everybody
That's
goes
Andy's wife.
Oh my god.
Like I like how like everywhere he goes, like people like see him like, hey Rocky, you know. They still,
see, that was cool.
People still respect him.
Yeah. They should.
Which also that's what made Robert even more resentful.
Baby Rocky.
No.
Rocky.
I can't. Here's another thing I thought they did better here than in Rocky 5, where like the relationship between a Rocky and Rocky Jr. I felt more natural here because the
it was great.
And you know what? I think I'm convinced that this is Stallone's best performance as this character.
Yeah, I mean,
this movie.
Milo,
I think so.
Benson Mila was great.
He was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome that you think that, Alex.
I think I feel now I'm starting to feel that way. And it's weird because like his performance as Creed is the one that got him the nomination. And when I see both of them, I'm like,
yeah, that's what sucks.
I'm like, wait a minute, this performance was better. Not that his performance as Creed was bad, but I thought this was hit more the notes.
Creed is nowhere near as emotional as Rocky.
It's emotional. Yeah, and then it frustrates me and then I'm guilty of this too, by the way. That like people always say like, oh, Sylvester Stallone is a terrible actor. Like, are you kidding me? Like, sometimes his performances are not always great, but like when he's great, he's great.
Go watch Copland. Go watch Copland.
Yeah. Like this is an example. Like
go watch ICU. That's a good performance.
He pulls the emotion like so perfectly and so realistically.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? If you really want to see a good performance out of Stallone, go watch Lock Up.
Mm-hmm.
That's another good one too. Yeah.
And go watch the Rambo franchises too.
Like he's underrated as an emotional actor.
Yeah,
like, people do not give him enough credit for that. And
he could just cry on command like he did in Rocky Balboa. That's pretty good.
Oh yeah.
And you know what? Even though I mostly hate the Paulie character, I did feel bad for him a little bit because
you hate the Paulie character?
Yeah, like all the shit he's done. Yeah, but like in here, like you kind of I feel this is the most realistic portrayal of the character. Like, he kind of realized like I was so terrible to Adrian. Like, and look at me. Like, he kind of has like a full realization. Like, what have I done with my life? So,
he was almost feeling guilty about how he did.
He was feeling guilty about it. Yeah.
I'm still glad he's there though.
He was there, and then I did feel bad for him that he got fired practically, or let go from his job.
That was
so he really has nothing.
Alex, there's a deleted scene.
Yeah, I seen it.
Okay.
Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, where he talks
There's
more
some
about
good
Adrian.
deleted scenes. There's some good ones.
Yeah.
He talks more, and he breaks down.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And then that was the early scene where Rocky said she always loves you, Paulie. No, even if you're bad.
It's depressing and freaking cold.
Yeah. And you know what? I still stand by that. But Paulie is a racist. Like when he sees Steps, he's like, "Who's the criminal?" Like he's a good kid.
He looks like a bum.
Hide the silverware.
Yeah,
I think it's cool too that this movie also had some nostalgic things like Spider Rico. Like I can't believe having him come back.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Like really from the first movie,
he was kind of senile in this one.
Well, he was more religious, but I'm just saying having him the original.
He was always there every day. Yeah.
The original actor who played, having him come back that's amazing. There's a lot of things.
But I kind of disagree with you, Dan, about the Robert character. I thought I sympathized with him more in this than I did in Rocky 5.
Oh no! I wait. What do you disagree with?
That you said, he was
he agreed with that.
No, you called him I forgot what you called him. But you said something in a negative way.
See you later, Wes.
Good night, Wesley. Thanks for watching.
Oh, bye, Wes.
Okay.
About Robert and Rocky Balboa.
Robert, Then I forgot what you said exactly.
I said he was. No, I said he was resentful of Rocky and his. He felt like Rocky's life was put him in a shadow,
and it did. But at the same time, it's not Rocky's fault.
Right? Yeah. No, I agree with that.
I can sympathize with him. Like he says, like I everywhere, like because I have this job because I have the last name Balboa, and even you see his boss yelling at him like, I don't care who's your dad is, he uses that, like people use that against him too,
sure,
you're Balboa, you think you can do whatever you want, like that. And I'm pretty sure his friends are only his friends because he's Balboa.
If you're late again, Robert, you're fired. Get out of here.
Yeah. And then right after, that same boss yells at him oh, can I have a picture with your dad? And
after I just
I hated his boss. His boss was a jerk.
I could that's why I sympathize with him. Okay.
Oh no, I sympathize. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So that relationship here, I felt that father-son dynamic here, though. In this movie, I thought was done a lot better than Rocky V. No disrespect for Sage Stallone, rest in peace, but it wasn't entirely his fault because Stallone's heart was in this movie.
Oh yeah,
it was 100%.
Yeah,
and then I think that this is one of the reasons why I appreciate it a lot more than I used to, and I put it higher. That's one. That's one. Like we're like, oh wow, like watching it again, like this is higher than the list.
Yeah,
I mean, it has to be. But yeah, I think overall, this was what Stallone was trying to do with Rocky V. Bring it back to Philadelphia. Do the nostalgia stuff. Do the broken home stuff. Like this was. It's like okay. It's like in a way like okay. I tried to do that with Rocky V. Let me try to do it again, but this time right, and let me put my heart in it. And he did a great job. I agree with you, but I kind of agree with you about the HBO style fight. Like, maybe it works if you're watching it on like TV, but like cinematically, not really.
Yeah,
not really. Yeah, which I think that's what they approved. That's one thing I will say is improved upon with the Creed films. The way those are shot.
The Rocky Balboa one, the fight didn't make sense when you have it realistic, like you're watching a pay-per-view, and then add music and montage to it. It kind of felt like
that was
they were trying a little too much, maybe.
That was
I still liked it though. I mean, it's not bad.
But like from an emotional standpoint, it's good. But I'm saying like entertaining, like the HBO style is just a bit distracting.
Yes.
And and then you guys said it perfect. The final scene was the perfect send off to the character.
Yeah, my hand broke.
And I like that they brought what is his name? Apollo's trainer.
Tony.
Oh yeah,
Tony Duke.
Yes, they brought him back, so that was cool. Yeah,
every puncher's got a chance. Every puncher does.
Yeah,
and I think he passed away, Tony Burton, like a couple years after this movie came out.
Yeah. That was sad.
Yeah.
He was in The Shining.
Yeah, that one scene, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So that was really good. Yeah, overall I thought this was a really, really solid movie.
What are you eating, Julie? It looks good.
Orange Jello. Well,
okay.
Yum.
I got nothing else. Oh yeah, and then everybody talks about that speech he does.
Oh, the world shining rainbow.
Yeah, that is
a couple good speeches.
Fantastic.
That is one of the best Rocky speeches.
Yeah. I like the speech in front of the boxing commission.
Where they're like, you pass all the tests, but we don't approve. Like,
you pass.
We have to deny you a license at this time. Now get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of the building.
Better more than mine.
Why are you giving me these tests if you weren't passing me? Shut up, Rocky. Get out of the building.
You pass.
with flying
He's like,
colors.
I'm trying to pursue something. Seems like nobody's letting me pursue anything. And don't I have the rights? He's like, no, that's the Bill of Rights.
That's the Bill of Rights. What's your point? Now get to my
I'm trying
point,
to,
Rock.
my point is I'm trying to pursue something and nobody's letting me pursue anything.
Yeah.
Shut up! Get out of here!
Yeah, but like
You get out of here.
when you really think about it, like losing like losing yeah, you think about it, like losing Adrian really if someone like Rocky like that would damage him like that emotionally.
Oh,
like Adrian was his heart. She was always with him, you know.
That was his love.
You know, yeah. And
I love that
losing
flashback to Rocky
and that's-
4 when he was in the ring and he looks out in the crowd and Adrian looks down. That's a scene from Rocky 4.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stallone had said
Yeah.
when he was working on the script for this movie, he just was not. He didn't feel like he was getting it right, and he was like, the problem was, in a sense, it was Adrian, because there was no way she would, if she was still around, there was no way that she would allow him to get back in the ring to fight. And so he said, if I take her out, not only will that eliminate that problem, but it'll also put Rocky in a position to be more open to doing that, because that's all he knows, really. So, and other things too. But yeah, he even called Talia Shire before they even started filming and talked to her about it, and she was like, "Oh, that's fine" and everything, and supported him. So
I'm a fighter. I'm not too good, but that's what I do.
It wasn't like he had kind of tried to convince her not like to understand, right? Like she didn't like accept like right away, like okay, fine. But she was like, kind of like, oh, like she wanted to be in the movie. Like
I don't know if there was.
I guess I'm not
there was-
100% sure on that.
I think she would have been in it.
I think
I don't think she argued with it.
I think once she saw it, she understood like everything. Like okay, like
I will tell you this.
Mhm.
I'll tell you this for sure. Carl Weathers, they wanted to use some shots of Apollo Creed in the movie, and Carl Weathers was like, "Pay me $6 million and I'll do it."
Yeah, he was being a jerk at that time.
Yeah,
really?
so Stallone called him Apollo Greed online, because he's like, so that's why you don't see any shots of Apollo in that movie.
Just like when Bruce Willis did that for Expendables 3. It's like,
I was going to say that too.
Yeah, it's like, what's wrong with these guys?
Maybe that's why they decided to do Creed as like, oh shoot, this is like, all right, bury the hatchet, Carl. Let's I do spin-offs with your legacy.
I was wishing that Carl Weathers would have had some kind of like cameo or something. I wish they would, like a flashback or something.
Yeah.
There's a deleted scene in Rocky Balboa where they're in Rocky's house and they go to Paulie's room and there's a picture of Apollo on the wall and they have to blur the face because he didn't give him permission.
Wow.
That's ridiculous.
I did not even know that, man. I did not notice that at all. That's crazy. Huh.
Well, it just goes to show they didn't need him if no one cared. So,
I mean, it's called, the French is called Rocky, not Creed. Oh.
Right.
It will be.
Okay. Well, this one's called Rocky Balboa, not.
It ain't
Rocky
over till
Balboa.
it's over.
Yeah.
What is that? From the 60s? And Rock's like, probably from the 90s.
No,
he said more like the 70s.
Yeah,
like, where's that from the 80s?
She's like, what is that from the 80s? Probably the 70s.
Probably the 70s, yeah.
Yeah.
Then he hit him, and he's brittle. He hit him.
I like the part where Polly comes in that restaurant and he has that meat and he puts it on the cabinet and then he's like, "Are you a reservation?" And he's like, "Do I look like a freaking idiot?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he starts laughing.
I already got to watch. I got 2 watches.
I like. Oh yeah. I laughed really hard when he said like it's you got Mexicans cooking Italian food, whatever.
Yeah. How special
What
can
an
it be?
ugly dog.
Yeah, he's like, you haven't heard the specials. He's like, you got a bunch of
Mexicans like cooking Italian food. What's so special about that?
Yeah, how special can it be?
Spider comes out and puts the dishes down, and he's like, "Did you fight that bum once?" And Rocky's like, "Would you give it a rest?"
Yeah, because he remembers him. Yeah. Yep.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
It is a good movie. Great movie.
Definitely.
All right. Stats.
Yeah, give us that.
Okay, so the budget was taken down to $24 million, which means it had less of a budget than Rocky V and Rocky IV. Domestically, it made $70 million, and worldwide it did $155 million. So it did better than Rocky V in both aspects. Currently on Rotten Tomatoes, it holds a 77%, which is higher than Rocky.
I think
it's the highest rating of all the Rockies except Rocky 1. And it has a 7.1 out of 10 on IMDb.
I think that's.
I'm surprised it's higher than Rocky 2. Again,
Not by too
no
much.
one talks. That's the thing. No one talks about Rocky 2. Again, there's a perfect example.
Well, here, let me just do a comparison real quick. Rocky
I don't know.
Balboa on IMDb has a 7.1, but Rocky 2 on IMDb has a 7.3. So on IMDb, Rocky 2 is rated higher. On Rotten Tomatoes, Rocky Balboa has a 77, and Rocky 2 has a 71. So they're both close.
Yeah.
Very close.
That is close.
That's crazy. I didn't think they were that close.
The original title was Puncher's Chance. I don't think that would have went too well.
Stupid title. Puncher's Chance.
I'm glad they didn't go with that.
I mean, they could have called it Rocky 6.
Yeah.
They could have done that.
I'm disappointed they never made Rocky 7 Adrian's Revenge.
Hey, you know what? I'll go with
Yes.
but here's the thing. Comparing it to Rambo, I will go with Rocky Balboa over just Rambo for Rambo 4. I thought that was lame. Just calling it Rambo.
They should come up with a different name.
Well, it's funny because internationally, Rambo 4 is called John Rambo in the international version.
That would have been better.
Yeah, John
that
Rambo would have
would've
been better.
Yeah.
Way better.
Yeah.
And just plain old Rambo.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever.
And then they do that now more than ever. You know?
Yeah.
You know, part 1 of Rocky got 10 Academy Award winners too, by the way.
Yeah. Well,
That won a lot of.
everybody.
This movie should have gotten something. This movie should have gotten something.
Stallone should have been nominated. Like,
Yeah,
for
I
real.
would
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
been.
Like the editing and the music and
But I
all
think
that stuff.
people got mad because he proved everybody wrong. Like, whoa, we'll show him. You know, he still had it, and he's actually a good actor.
Because it was based off the George Foreman comeback.
Yeah, despite what the
burning machine.
Yeah. And then what's going on right now? Yeah, Mike Tyson. He's 50. How old is he? 53, 54.
Tyson, he's in his early 50s.
Yeah, he's boxing.
He's 54.
He's boxing right now. I don't know what's going on, but
he moves like a freaking beast. My God, I'd be afraid to go in the ring with him.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid to run on him in a dark alley.
That video.
Have you seen his training videos? They are crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. Like, I like how they show like actual real life ESPN broadcast people throughout the movie to make it more realistic. You're like, okay, like I was like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. I remember that guy.
Merzberger.
Yeah,
Larry Merchant.
The Rocky figures, man. When they came out, Rocky 6 figures, they had the announcer figures. That was stupid.
Yeah, that's
like on the TV. Like at that time, I used to watch a lot of ESPN, so I know who all these people were.
Now you need to have Michael Buffer in there too.
Yeah,
he can buff something.
And then you had Skip Bayless. He's the guy in the movie where he's like, I think Rocky Balboa is overrated. You know.
Oh, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Whoever thinks he's overrated, fuck you.
Yeah. But like realistically, someone like in real life, let's say a legendary boxer overrated, just because. Yeah. So 9 years passed by after Rocky Balboa ended the franchise, and we got the spin-off film Creed. Directed by Ryan Coogler,
who did Black Panther, Fruitvale Station.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All with
Mikey B. Jordan. Yeah.
All Michael B. Jordan. Yep.
Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan became popular because of Fruitvale Station.
Part 3.
That's yeah. I first saw Michael B. Jordan in Chronicle.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I saw him. I first saw him in Hardball,
Oh yeah, as the kid.
but
Yeah.
I never realized it until
Yeah.
after.
Yeah. So, who wants to go first in this one?
Not me.
No,
I-
you already went. I already went first. Thomas, you can go for this one.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be very brief thoughts for me because.
Brief.
Brief. go ahead.
Nah, I'm
You're
kidding.
not gonna like what I have to say, so
Nah, I'm kidding. Nah, I'm kidding. This is. Nah, I'm kidding. I almost said I'm jizzing. Sorry.
You're joking, yeah.
Yeah. So, when I first heard that they were going to do a spinoff of Rocky, I'm like, I mean, do we really need to explore more of the Rocky story? Like, do we really need like a spinoff of Rocky? Because Rocky Balboa ended it so well, and ironically, oh, that's just disgusting.
you're welcome.
But anyways, now ironically enough, this film came out the same year as another boxing movie called Southpaw.
Yeah, I remember
Jake
that.
Gyllenhaal, yeah.
Yeah.
Because Southpaw came out in the summer. This came out during the holiday season on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of weird because I actually got to see both films in the theater in the same year. I got to see Southpaw during the summer, and I actually got to see this around probably not during Thanksgiving, probably like a few days after Thanksgiving. I saw this in the theaters, and I was familiar with Ryan Coogler because I recognized Fruitvale Station, and I saw Fruitvale Station. I'll tell you, Fruitvale Station is it's rough.
Yeah.
It's a rough movie to watch. It's not
Mhm.
not a fun movie to watch. It's
No.
depressing, but it's so well done. And Michael B. Jordan does a great job as Oscar Grant
Mhm.
in Fruitvale Station. Does a great job. And when I heard that it was going to be about Apollo's son, Adonis Creed,
Yeah.
I was interested.
Kenny, we don't talk about Fan Four Stick.
Oh, you don't like that movie?
Nobody does.
No one does.
Maybe Josh Trank likes that movie.
Hogan just talking about it.
That's another movie where like even the actor said yeah, it sucked.
But
Yeah.
I was intrigued by it because I'm like, Stallone's coming back. He's not going to be in the ring, so he's in a way. Stallone is kind of being more like the Mickey character in this to Adonis.
Yes.
He's being like Mickey's character, Burgess Meredith.
We've
And-
already seen it before.
Yeah. But
You mean what Mickey? What like in the first one?
No, I
No,
said
Rocky
we've already
V.
seen Stallone, or we've already seen Rocky be a trainer.
oh yeah, and Rocky 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocky 5, yeah.
Yeah. and this one-
Rob's like, yeah.
And this one did it better.
Really? Did it?
I'll get to it. Go ahead, Thomas.
But one thing I really do like about this film, I think the acting is the standout point of the movie. I think Michael B. Jordan does a good job, and Stallone does a really good job as well. But I will say it's kind of sad though for me because this was really the film that really people like started saying like, "Oh my God, Stallone is such a good actor" and all that stuff. Like, have you seen his other dramatic work that he did? Have you seen Knockout? That's a good performance. Have you seen
Yeah,
the
really.
other Rocky movies?
what about Rocky Balboa? Like,
Yeah.
that's a great performance. Copland's a good performance. ICU's a good performance. He's done drama films before too, but I feel like this was the film that people recognize. Like, oh my God, like getting the Oscar, like nominated for an Oscar and all that stuff. I think he should have been nominated for Copland. I think he should have been nominated for Balboa, but sadly he didn't. And I think that's a load of bullshit. I think he deserved to be nominated for some kind of Oscar back in a couple of other films. But at the same time, though, he does do a really good job in this.
Yeah.
He does. And I think Michael B. Jordan does a good job as well. as Adonis. And like I said, Ryan Coogler does a good job directing wise. But to me, though, at the same time, even though it's a good movie and I like Creed, but at the same time, though, I don't feel this was really necessary. In my
Thank you.
a part of me thinks it's a really good movie. Like a part of me does think it's a good movie, but also though a part of me at the same time kind of feels like it's kind of an unnecessary spinoff. Because like we don't really need to explore more of Rocky's story. Like you already wrapped that up perfectly with Balboa, and it's just like, what more can you do with Rocky? Like he's not in the ring anymore. You know, he's a trainer now. Like it's kind of more Michael B. Jordan's movie.
Yeah, no, it is.
It's not really.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed
It
to
is.
be.
Right, yeah.
It is.
Well, okay, I'll get to that.
Because the title is Creed. I mean,
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
He's not the main character, and that'd be stupid. But it's kind of like saying like that'd be like saying like Rocky, but it's more Apollo Creed's movie. Like that's stupid.
Yeah, I mean they didn't
That's
call
why-
this Rocky 7.
That's why I think Rocky 2, or I think Creed 2 is more of Creed's movie, but I'll get to that.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I got to admit sometimes I kind of I'm not this is going to sound really weird, but I don't know if you guys would agree with me on this or not about Michael B. Jordan. It's not that his acting's bad. I think Michael B. Jordan is good in the movie. He's a really good acting performance. But like the way they wrote some of the ways they wrote the Adonis Creed character, he comes off as an asshole.
Here's the thing: he's
privileged.
He's
Right.
privileged, but yet he's cocky, and the fact that he's been in foster homes and stuff made him that way. But he had a chance to get out of all that, and he didn't accept it.
Right? Yeah.
Instead,
like some of the parts I don't like the way that sometimes like Adonis treats Rocky. Like he kind of acts like an asshole to him. But I can see like where he's coming from and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's why I don't agree that he's an asshole. Like I understand why people might think that, but I don't agree.
And I didn't like how he called him either. I'm like,
Unk?
Yeah.
Yeah, that
because he sees him as an uncle, like because like he was Apollo's best friend,
like
at one point.
Like, what do you
why
call
don't he just call him his friend instead of uncle? That's freaking stupid.
I do like the part where
Yes.
he was taking notes from Rocky and he takes a picture on his cell phone and Rocky's like, "Don't you need this?" He's like, "Oh, I got it in the cloud." Rocky's like,
The cloud. Yeah.
Yeah, and Kenny makes a good point here. It's like DiCaprio didn't win anything or nominated for anything until The Revenant.
No, he didn't win.
He didn't win. Yeah.
It's just like it's kind of like I
it's pretty sad that Stallone was up for this, but not Michael B. Jordan. And it's about him.
Right? Yeah, like they nominated. Yeah, I don't think Michael B. Jordan was really considered for a best actor.
What's that tell you?
Well, because they saw Fan Forstick. That's what happened.
Because that
guy from Fan Forstick. No, that's not.
It tells me that no one wants to see him. They want to see Rocky.
Not really. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, because
this movie would have done. I don't know if Stallone wasn't in there. I don't think the show would have pulled it off as good.
Yeah, you still have to have him in there.
Michael B. Jordan was he had a great he was great in this movie, but still, I mean,
yeah, I'm gonna wrap up my thoughts on the film, but like I said, I like Michael B. Jordan. I like Stallone. Honestly, I think Stallone's my favorite part of the movie. I think he's definitely my favorite part of the movie because I'm just a big Stallone fan. And I think it's got really good direction by Ryan Coogler. I will admit it's really well directed by him as well. And Michael B. Jordan, like I said, does a good job. I just don't like, some people might think his character comes off as an asshole and things like that, privilege, that kind of like lifestyle. And but like I said, though, a part of me though at the same time is like, what more can you do with Rocky? Like this shows that like, you didn't really need to make a Creed spinoff. Like, I think people would have been fine, like, if it was just left at Balboa, because that's where it ended it so perfectly. Like with him walking off, telling Adrian we did it, and things like that. But at the same time, though, it is a good movie, but also at the same time unnecessary. At the same time.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
If Rocky was not in this movie, would it still be good? Like, would it be good at all?
I would probably say it probably wouldn't draw as much of a crowd.
Yeah. It wouldn't.
So then that means
I would-
that means you need Rocky in this movie for it to.
Well,
for it to
yeah, I mean,
be good.
I wouldn't have watched
yeah,
it.
like if this is about like if this movie's about Apollo Creed's son, there people are thinking like, well, where the hell is Rocky? Like,
Yeah.
where's the connection here at? And
Yeah.
I think honestly they did the right thing putting Rocky in the film, because like no one would really care to go see it like if Rocky's not in there, because if people know the series and they know about Apollo Creed and they know about the connection,
it's Stallone's still alive. It's like
right. It's not like
you have to have him in there.
right, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, although I think it is a good movie, but at the same time, though, I think it's unnecessary because Balboa was a great ending to the franchise. But there's a lot of stuff to like about the film, at least to me. I know Rob will probably think differently on this one, but I'll probably let Rob go next after me. But I do like the film overall. I do like the film, but I definitely don't think it's as good as Balboa. No, nowhere.
No, I agree with you that, Thomas. I'm not disagreeing with that. I agree with you.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, I think you might have more to expand on.
Oh, I have a lot more.
Right.
Dan does too.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to let you guys go next afterwards.
Okay.
So, but overall, I like Creed, but it's nowhere near as good as Balboa, in my opinion.
Okay. Rob, go ahead.
Okay. Look, like when this movie first was announced, I was totally against it. Dan was totally against it. I know we weren't really sure what they were going to go with what they were going to do. However, when we saw it in the theater, I actually really enjoyed it. I thought it was really well done. I thought the fights were really well choreographed. I thought the music was pretty good.
Definitely. I agree with that.
Like, I was fine with everything. However, I didn't like how they killed Paulie off. They gave Rocky cancer. They gave Rocky cancer. Let's kick the guy down more than he's already been. Let's he's down to nothing now. So let's kick him down farther. It's like kicking a dead horse at this point. And I felt like Rocky was as a crutch. Like that's how I felt like it was the whole movie. Like he was a crutch. Like here's Adonis, right? He grows up in this foster home. He's been around foster homes. He gets adopted by Apollo's wife in this rich environment where he doesn't really need to work, but she sets him up in a nice working environment to where his attitude could change to be a good person. But he chooses to go just, be a boxer just because there's really no reason behind it other than he is Apollo's son. So there's really no other reason. What he liked fighting in juvenile homes or whatever. He liked fighting.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. So, but to me, it's just like it doesn't make sense to me. It's like, don't you want to be like a better person? You know what I mean? Like, so you'd choose that over having something successful. You know what I mean?
But doesn't that go back to Rocky's message about Balboa? Like, you gotta do what you love, no matter what happens. Like that's what he liked doing. He didn't like working. Obviously, he didn't like working in an office and job, even though
I get
he
that.
paid well and he got a promotion.
But he didn't know. But he didn't know his dad at all. And to sit there and see videos of him, it's just like
he knew the legacy.
Yeah.
It's like, imagine, like, let's say, like, you find out, let's, for the sake of argument, like, I find out, like, let's say my dad wasn't around my whole life, but I find out, he was this great athlete. oh my god, like that's.
So does that automatically mean, like, if I was Michael Jordan's son and he was great at basketball, does that mean that I'm going to automatically want to be a basketball player because he
Well,
was?
if you already were playing basketball, then yeah.
Well,
He's
to
already
add what Rob
fighting.
is saying, though, something else is, not Apollo, Adonis at the end of Creed, when he's in the ring, they ask him, like, oh, what do you think your dad would think? And then Adonis is getting emotional, like, about, like, oh, I hope he'd be proud of me. But it's like, you had no connection to your dad. Like, why are you getting emotional about it? About your dad who you never knew?
And he was never around or anything.
Well, the emotional connection is the boxing and Rocky, and his mom.
But he's getting emotional about his dad.
Yeah.
But again, that brings me to the point that Rocky needs to be in this movie. He needs to be, because you can't. This movie don't stand alone, because you need to connect it to the Rocky franchise.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I agree with that.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
But
it wouldn't make sense.
I think that's what hurts it, though, because Rocky Balboa ended on such a perfect note. Then you jump into this. We get to see a continued life of Rocky still at the restaurant. He's lost Paulie now, which, again, another person dead.
That fucking blows.
Tony's dead. Tony Duke's dead. We have his son training. Rocky. It's just like, I feel like Rocky's going nowhere. It's like Rocky's nowhere. He's just basically he's there. And the fact that we see him training Adonis, it's like we've already seen this. It's like, you think he would learn. In this movie, he's like, I don't do that stuff no more. And then he realizes what? Like, he has to do it? That he has nothing left. He's going to train Adonis?
Well, it feels like he kind of owes it to, like, Apollo, because in his way, he still feels guilty that he never threw in the towel, and that's what got him killed.
I understand he feels guilty about that, but
here's his son who wants to fight, everything.
Well, again, he doesn't know this kid. It's like, I just feel like I don't feel like the connections are there in this movie. I just feel like, oh, well, you're related to him. Okay, well, you're his son, and I feel like it just is. That's this movie. It's like, it just is. Everything is just is as it's going.
And what about Rob? I don't know if how about him and his son's relationship? That's just like thrown out the window.
Yes, I was just going to touch on that. So we end in Rocky Balboa, where their son and him have resolved their differences. They've come together. He wants to support his dad. He was there supporting him. Everything is good. But then his son decides to move away because there's nothing in Philly, which I understand that people in families move away if there's nothing for them in the town, but they still keep in touch with each other. I mean, there's no reason for him and his son to have another falling out for what reason.
It wasn't like the way he explained it. It wasn't really like a falling out. It's just kind of like.
Yeah, but it is, because in Creed,
he just wanted to leave he felt like he didn't want to bother him, because it's like, okay, I don't know.
See, Alex, I think it was
a little flimsy.
It was hinted at in Creed that, again, his son moved away because he wanted to get out of his dad's shadow. It's like, what? It's like, this is just all.
That was already resolved.
Rehashing what was covered.
You know what? I think this is like, because this came out. This was made a few years after Sage Stallone died. So in a way, it's like Stallone didn't want that character to be in the movie, because it was too. Maybe he was still hurt that he lost his actual son in real life. Maybe that's like. Because when he talks about him, you see him get a little emotional.
Let me just say, it pissed me off that they gave him cancer. It really pissed me off.
Yeah, that pissed me off so bad.
I don't want to see. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see him. What more can we do to this man?
It's like he's going.
Yeah, but it's not like he died.
But it's
but he might as well have.
Like, he didn't die, but it's like, you gave the motherfucker cancer. Like, this guy's been through enough shit in his life, and now you got to give him.
The only reason they did that is to bring the emotions into this movie, like Rocky Balboa. But I don't think they did it as good.
No.
And And at the end of Creed, it's questionable if he's going to survive. If there would never been a Creed 2, the last thing we would have seen of Rocky was, well, he has cancer yet. I hope he beats it.
Well, the message here in this movie is not to give up. That's the message. Rocky said, if you don't give up, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to fight this thing if you fight. That's the message here. And I mean, again, yeah, we're not even sure if he's going to survive it or not. He's fighting it, yeah, but I mean, God, it just, my dad went through cancer, and just seeing that, it's just like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that stuff. Like that's not necessary. But anyway, like, look, for all the problems I have with this movie, as far as continued storyline with Rocky, I felt like it wasn't necessary to have Rocky in that much of a movie. Maybe we could have had maybe a cameo or something, but this movie doesn't stand. I think it should stand alone. If he wants his own movie, like Creed wants his own storyline, they should have done that. And I think they can't do that because you need Rocky. People want to see Rocky. That's it. People don't want to see Creed. They want to see Rocky. That's the bottom line. And I think Ryan Coogler's direction was really good. I think his directing skills are great. In fact, I think the fight scenes were something to be treasured. Some of the best fighting scenes I've ever seen, especially the one take shots that he did. But there are some things that I just don't like. Just a lot of things I don't like about. I'm not going to take too long to talk about this, but that's the wrap up of my thoughts. My thoughts have completely changed since I first saw the movie. And Dan is the one who helped me kind of realize it, because I was actually in negative in like no, it's not really that bad. But then I started to understand.
You clouded his mind.
Yeah, he I was Anakin and he was Palpatine at this moment. I
know it.
I didn't get anybody pregnant, but you know what? He helped me. He helped me realize it. Yeah, good job there. Anyway, that's my thoughts. It's a lot lower on the list now than it used to be for me.
Okay.
I'll let someone else touch on their points. So,
Dan.
All right. Well, this is actually going to be probably one of my shortest things. I'll just say this. So, taking Creed taking a step back and taking it as a film, it's a good movie. I don't, when I take it and look at it, like, it was well directed, it was well acted, it had a good story. I don't really have anything negative to say about it as a standalone film.
That's what we're reviewing. A standalone film, aren't we? As a film, isn't that what matters?
The problem is it is what it does to the Rocky character, because it is in the universe of Rocky, even though it is a spinoff. You know what? I gotta say this real quick. They were even gonna have Rocky's restaurant going out of business in this movie. That was also something they were going to take away from Rocky, but they decided against it because they were already like, oh, well, we already killed off Paulie. We already are giving him cancer, and we're already taking his son away from him. All things that really was not the cancer thing, but, making amends with his son and having a good relationship with Paulie. I mean, like, that Rocky Balboa ended it. So it was like, we're going to strip Rocky down, even the worst ever, basically, at this point. We're going to kill off everyone around him. His son is not even in his life, and he has cancer. It's like, what the hell? Like, I can't believe you're going to do all this stuff to him.
That's what I mean. This is about Creed. This is not about Rocky. Why do that? You don't need to do that. It's Creed. It's about Creed.
You didn't want Rocky to go through it. You didn't want Rocky to go through any struggle. You just wanted to be just there and be a trainer.
He doesn't need to. This is not his story.
But you need something. Exactly. You need for him something to do other than just be the trainer or the father figure.
Well, he could still work at the restaurant with stuff, but
listen. If they needed a struggle, the struggle could have been the restaurant was struggling. They didn't have to give it. That could have been his struggle in the movie. It didn't have to have anything to do with cancer or Paulie being dead or his son being out of the picture. That could have been something simple, because this movie does feel like it's a split story. Like, it does feel like you have Creed's story going on and Rocky's story going on. It feels almost like a 50-50 split in this.
That's why
movie.
it doesn't feel like a standalone film.
And the thing is about Adonis Creed, he does not have the likability of Rocky. He will never fill Rocky's shoes, but they try to make him an underdog, and he's nowhere near Rocky because of the points that Rob already pointed out. He was born, or not born, but he was raised in a life of money. He had it all. So we're supposed to feel bad for this guy. I mean, why do we feel bad for him? Because for what reason? There is no reason. He has Rocky, his own reasons to want to fight. Okay, that's fine, but why are we rooting for him? There's no reason to root for him except for the Rocky connection.
Rocky's motto is to never fight. You have to be a moron to want to be a fighter. It's like that's his outlook on life. It's like Adonis didn't need to do that. He didn't need to do that. He made a choice, is what he did.
So when I look at this as part of the Rocky saga, it was, I don't like what they did. I don't like what they did with Rocky, any of that storyline. The thing that bugs me the most, I mean, I don't like the cancer thing either. And the stupid thing about that is like, they gave him this heart-wrenching condition that's very severe, and it's like at the end of the movie, okay, well, he's going to fight it. But you don't know where he's at. If they would never made a Creed 2, the series would have ended with Rocky having cancer. That's
but we know there's Creed 2, so it's like, why do you have the mindset like you're stuck in 2015 without Creed 2? Like we know what happens in Creed 2, you know what I mean?
Well, but then that's the thing. In Creed 2, you survived it. Well, okay, like it was just they took a serious condition. I'm not saying people can't survive it. I'm just saying it was a plot device. They made a plot device to put Rocky down, as they always do. They tried to make it off to make Rocky more lonely. And the thing I hated though the Robert stuff. I mean, Rocky and Robert, that whole relationship was resolved at the end of Rocky Balboa. To have him move away and hinted at, watch the scene again. It hints at. Rocky says something about him like wanting to get out of my shadow. It's just like, come on. It's like
but he says that like in his point of view. You're like, we'd never hear Robert's side of the story.
Well, you don't need it. Rocky isn't.
Well, I mean, you don't need to hear Robert's side of the story if he's already moved away and this has already happened. That's obviously the story.
And I'm getting ahead of myself here, but even in Creed 2, you never find out what the quarrel was between the two. You never find out. It's just like, it's so stupid.
It's like Rocky's afraid of what? You know, he shouldn't be in his shadow.
I don't know. I think it has to do.
Rocky hasn't even have a shadow anymore. He's not even in the boxing world anymore. So
I think it has to do.
Basically,
well, he wasn't in the boxing world at the begining in Rocky Balboa. It had been like
I understand because of his popularity of boxing in the past. But I'm just saying. That's all been resolved. Why would he think any different now? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would he feel any different? Like, oh, I'm still in your shadow. Like, people still come up to you. It's like, well, you know people come up to him. It's like, why would it hurt you?
That's why I think not having Robert in the movie has to do a lot to do with Sage Stallone dying in real life, and like it was too hard for Stallone to even have that character in the story. I think that has to do something with it.
I think honestly, it comes down to this: if Paulie would have still been alive and Robert would have still been in his life, and Adonis came by one day in the restaurant, was like, "Hey, will you train me?" Rocky would have been like, "No, I don't need this in my life." They had to do that to Rocky to make him be like, "Yeah, I have nothing going for me now." So that's why I'm going to train him, and that's what I'm saying. It's like
it's a good thing you see that.
What?
It's a good thing you see that because that's kind of what we said about Adrian being dead in Rocky Balboa. Like, you had to have her out of the picture so he can go in the boxing ring.
Right, right. But
if she was still alive, she would never let him box.
No, that is right. But the thing is it tarnishes the end of Rocky Balboa in a sense. In
I don't think so.
Him. Yeah, because the series was ended perfectly.
This is crazy that we arguing about Creed and not fucking Rocky 5.
Rocky 5 ain't bad.
Well, this is better than Rocky 5.
Hey, Chloe.
I mean,
Is Chloe get mad that we're tarnishing this movie?
who?
Chloe.
Chloe
Her
must
dog's
be a
getting
big
mad.
fan of Michael B. Jordan.
You cannot have my chips.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
man.
anyway, that's basically what it comes down to. Like I said, at the movie as its own entity. If you were just looking at it as a movie you're watching, not associated with Rocky, it's a good movie. There's not really any acting, all that's directing, the plot, all that's good. But when you put it in the Rocky series and you see where Rocky Balboa ended, and then it just strips everything away from Rocky, and he doesn't even get back to the point he was at the end of Rocky Balboa. It's just like you just screwed over the best ending to the series. That's my thoughts.
That's my point, though. This movie can't survive without Rocky. That's my point.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
it
that's
can't.
true.
Well, that was
Oh,
like
no, I'm
that's
good.
well, that's if they would have made Star Wars Episode 7 without the original
Well,
character.
episode
That's
7, you might as well say that because episode Force Awakens, I mean, what? Had Han and Chewie.
no, but I
but-
mean, let's say they weren't there in it at all. You
Well, hey, I mean, you got to start somewhere,
know?
you know?
Basically, they weren't in there. The only one that was in there was Han.
You know what I mean?
What, you're talking about episode 7? That don't even exist. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Anyway, someone else can go. That's all I have to say.
Julie, you can go.
When I seen Creed was coming out, I saw trailers. I was like, "Oh, cool, another spin-off movie." And then I'm like, Stallone was in it, so I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna watch it when it comes out because I want to see what the big deal was gonna be." And then when I found out he has cancer in the movie, I'm like, "Oh no, they better not let him die in this movie, or I'm not gonna like it." And but then when I like at the beginning of the show when Adonis was fighting and everything, and that Apollo's wife came and get him, and he's like, they were talking about his father and everything. He said, "Do you know what his name was?" And then that's when they popped up the name Creed on the screen, and so I thought that was pretty cool there. And I liked it. It was a good movie overall. I just like the only thing I didn't like with it was how they put Stallone in with the cancer and everything, and Polly being dead in this one and stuff. And I didn't like that part either, but it was a good movie, I thought.
But,
I
yeah,
didn't mind it being a spinoff.
you make a good point about the cancer thing because I actually wanted
And my uncle has cancer, or he was dying of cancer, and I'm like, okay. And I'm like, so I wouldn't have liked it none for sure if Stallone hadn't have made it through fighting the cancer in the movie.
And I want to point out, too, real
Been
quick,
through a
that
lot.
I'm not saying that you can't make a movie about people having cancer. I don't want to say that. But
That's
when
what
you
it
have an
sounds like you guys
iconic-
were just saying.
That's not what I'm saying. But what
Okay.
I am saying is you take this iconic character that had a perfect ending, and then you do that to him. That's what I have a
What
problem
I'm
with.
saying is that they didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
They
they
didn't
did.
need to do that.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
point.
I thought Rob was going to say, what I'm saying is that this movie stinks.
It stinks.
There's no point to do it. There really isn't.
And like you make a good point. It's like, I don't understand it. Like the idea of giving Rocky cancer. It's like, what was the whole point of doing that? Like, I just felt like that was kind of just another plot device just to have in there for emotional moments. And you didn't really need that.
And the emotional moment worked, so I say mission accomplished.
But at the same time, it's not necessary. Like, you have,
it's
I mean,
it's good, but I didn't like it. Damn it!
I'm just saying, like,
It made me cry, but I hated it.
Some people thought that they didn't like the storyline between Creed and his, the girl, but I like how they met and
They should have just
Yeah, I like that storyline a lot.
they should have just gave him cancer and Rocky Balboa. Why not? I mean, it's emotional, right?
But it was a good movie. I liked it. I just
Yeah, you can't have someone who has cancer fight in the ring.
Yeah.
You know?
Tommy should have come back and murdered Rocky's family, and that's how they all died.
Like I said, there's no reason for him to have cancer. This is not his story. They don't need to focus on that. They can just focus on Adonis.
And Adonis really
And they
didn't
did.
use his dad's name, Creed. He wanted to use his own name and they tried to hide that from the public. But then when word got out, he didn't really have a choice, It was either he had to use the name or don't fight, And it was like,
I didn't think this was Adonis's movie. Rocky was there.
It was.
Huh?
It was.
I like the part.
It's
where,
not. If Rocky is there, people want to see. Do you think people want to see Adonis or Rocky?
No, but I'm saying
Good
like
question.
the movie it mostly focuses on Adonis.
No, I'd say it was like 50-50.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
No,
Look at all this. Look at all this.
Michael B. Jordan has more screen time than Sylvester Stallone.
I could agree with you on Creed 2, but not this one.
Okay.
Creed 2 had hardly no Rocky. So
Yes.
Yeah.
He was definitely more
I like the part where he was fighting in the ring and his mom and him was watching and he gets up and fights back and she's like, yes, now that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
She's into it, but yet she's a nervous wreck at the same time.
I like
remembering about Apollo.
Yeah, I like. Oh, what's her name? Patricia. Or what's her name?
Patricia Heaton.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked her.
Apollo's widow.
Her name's Camille. Hey, Camille.
Was she? I don't think it's her, but her voice sounded like Claire Huxtable. But I don't think
that's who it was.
Is
yeah,
that
she's from the Cosby Show.
I knew I recognized her from that. I just couldn't quite place it then. But yeah, that's all I had to say about this one. I liked it. I just didn't like how they made Stallone have cancer.
I like it when you.
All right, Alex.
Grip.
All right, this movie was good, and all you guys are just nitpicking it.
Yeah.
The movie is good. It's just not. It's just not.
It sounds like you guys like low key hate the movie. Like it's good, but they did all these things I didn't like. So fuck it.
Says the guy,
it's a good movie overall. I love it.
Says the guy who hates Karate Kid 3.
Damn.
Well, Karate Kid 3 is a piece of shit.
That's fired.
I don't think it is.
Well, it is.
I like the movie basically because Stallone's in it. If he's in it, I'm watching it. I'm getting the movie. No this answer.
Well, if the only reason I watched this movie is because Stallone was in it.
Exactly.
Because you're still a fan. You're still a fan.
Yeah. That's why I watched it. If he's in it, I'm in.
Well, because the thing is, like, if Stallone's not in it, you lose that emotional connection. Okay, with Adonis and the whole Apollo, like but you can still have that with his mom, because obviously she was the wife and all, but like the fighting stuff, like you lose that without Rocky in it. So
they could have done this movie without. They could have done it without Stallone. They could have had little instances. They could have shown things like.
It would have flopped though.
Adonis does when even Rocky was trying to convince Adonis not to fight. Because he says, I can tell you that's medication back there.
This is so bizarre. It's like we all agree the movie's good, but we're still arguing about it. That is so weird to me.
Well, go ahead. You got to speak still.
Yeah, go.
You guys are
wrong. LA boy.
The movie's 10 out of 10. No, I can kind of see where you guys are coming from with some of your issues. Well, maybe if you let me speak instead of interrupting me, that'll be fine.
No, you don't.
Yeah. Maybe I need to meet you. Okay. See, shut up.
I'll give you some meat.
There, I'm meeting you. Anyway. Yeah, but nobody wants your meat.
It's not what you said last night.
Oh my God.
You're gonna kill Thomas.
Shots fired, mic drop, bars.
Oh boy, here we go.
But anyway,
By the way, Alex,
go Alex. Hurry, go.
By the way, it's 24 inches, not 21. All right, moving on.
Okay. But I can kind of see where you guys are coming from. With like your issues with like the Adonis character and the whole cancer plot line and the Robert not being in the movie. And like, here's the thing though. I don't mind Paulie being dead in this one because it has been 9 years. Like, look, it has been 9 years since the Rocky Balboa. He was pretty old and he was still smoking. I think he was still drinking too. It's like someone will probably end up dead at that point. You know, so it's like that's life. I mean, I got that like immediately. Like, okay, no, yeah, sure. It would have been nice to see Burt Young come back, you know, and have the the whole like banter with him and Rocky, and him meeting Adonis. Like, oh, you're Adonis, you're Apollo's kid, whatever. Like, but at the same time, like, okay, they killed him off. It is what it is. I mean, it's not a real loss.
What?
No, come on, Paulie's useless.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Well, Rocky was useless in this movie, so there.
How? How was he useless?
I don't think he was.
The motherfucker had cancer.
Yeah, but not throughout the whole movie.
Damn.
Not throughout the whole movie.
He did actually. He just didn't know it.
Yeah, but he wasn't throwing up and being sick throughout the whole movie. That comes like more in the middle.
Yeah. When he's in the middle of training Adonis.
Yeah.
It was that surprise cancer. You ever heard of that? It just comes up on one day.
Yeah, that's movie cancer. Everybody knows that.
Happy birthday, cancer.
Yeah. So like.
So you hated the movie too? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, it was worse than Rocky 5.
Oh man!
Rob just wants me to admit that Rocky 5 is better.
I do like Rocky 5 better because it's a Rocky movie.
Sure.
That's the point.
I like Rocky 5.
This is not a Rocky movie.
No.
We haven't heard Alex. You haven't said why you like this movie.
I'm waiting.
Well, it's because you guys keep interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you. You keep saying Rob.
No, but I like the Adonis storyline, and I understand his struggle is not as interesting or as impactful as Rocky's struggle in the first movie. Well, at the same time, I didn't expect it to be, but it's like okay, I can still at least sympathize with him because he practically had no parents when he was a kid, and
because he was a little bitch.
See, interrupted me.
Just put some money like
I'm sorry.
Go on, Alex.
Keep going. I won't interrupt you no more.
Rocky trained.
The duct tape
Yeah.
over.
So I like his storyline. I like how the connection he has with Rocky. That father and son connection that he's never had a father figure. Like the fight scenes are great. I think there's actually more than like there's more than 2 fights because you have that fight scene in the beginning of the movie where he's like fighting in Tijuana,
that's not even a fight though. That's like 2 seconds.
It's quick, but it's still a fight.
That doesn't count.
Uh-huh. Well, and then there's the fight he has like his first big fight with Rocky as a trainer.
Right.
And then you have the final fight.
Right.
Uh-huh. And like I like the training. I like the training. I like some of like the callbacks. Some of the older Rocky training montages. Like you see him like use the chicken. He's got to chase the chicken like he did in Rocky 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's good.
It was impressive though, that fight with the one take shot, the one shot fight. That was really cool.
The tracking shot, yeah.
Yeah, that was good.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I know you guys mentioned like sometimes you guys don't like you haven't liked like the mixture of hip hop and like to these movies. Like in here, I thought it felt
because it's not a Rocky movie. It fit here.
It worked well enough. Uh-huh. Yeah, like they're mixing like the new score and like a little bit of Bill Conti score, and then you got some hip hop like all mixed together.
See, it kind of actually bothered me. Sorry to interrupt. It kind of bothered me that they played going the distance in the final fight. It's like that's Rocky's theme. It's like Adonis isn't Rocky. Why are they playing Rocky's theme?
Exactly.
That's
a good point.
I mean, it would be kind of weird if they used a totally different score, wouldn't it?
They don't need to.
They should have. I mean, they did mostly. That was like the only time.
If this movie is a standalone movie, it needs to.
Maybe.
Again, like I said, you can't survive without Rocky. That's the point.
I mean, yeah, it's still part of the Rocky universe.
Yeah.
So
unnecessarily.
That's what he. Okay. The cancer stuff didn't really bother me because it got to the emotional parts. Get to the emotional parts where you have that scene where like Rocky refuses to get treatment, and then that gets Adonis mad. Like well, I know you lost a lot of people in your life, but like, what about me? You're just gonna like die on me like on purpose, like that. And then I that scene is emotional when he talks about like if I had a chance to be with my wife and all everyone who died in my life, like I would, because they're all gone, but I'm still here. Like that was done well.
Yeah.
And like one thing though, like I didn't really like all that much was the villain. Again, just like Mason Dixon, he was kind of just there.
Pretty Ricky Conlon.
Yeah, Ricky Conlon.
He was kind of just there.
Yeah, one of those like.
Again, Tommy Gunn was better.
Would you say
that's not even a comparison? Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean Tommy Morrison is still better than any of the villains in the Creed movies.
No. When we get to Creed 2, I disagree on that one. But in this one, yeah. Mm-hmm. So like this one wasn't filmed like the HBO style like they did in Balboa. Like it was a lot more cinematic. And
right, yeah.
I really liked the love story with Adonis and Bianca.
Yeah, I did too.
Tessa Thompson as Bianca. Like she has a progressive hearing loss.
I like her. I thought she was really good.
Yeah. And then, she
was good. I do.
One hell of a singer. She can sing really well too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really like the scenes where she's at the club and she's singing.
She does.
Tessa Thompson. She's a good actress.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, Adonis was being an idiot when he got in the fight with that guy backstage for calling him Baby Creed.
Yeah.
He has a temper.
Yeah, he does. That's it. It's his issue. Like that guy.
Get away from me with your sick ass, old man.
You know what? Fun fact. Michael B. Jordan, me and him went to the same school.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, that's mostly not true. It's just a guy I went to school with kind of looks like Michael B. Jordan.
Up in Round Lake?
No.
You're a liar.
No, it's like
You're
a guy.
A liar.
Yeah, no. You liar.
Wait, are you talking about California? You used to live in California, right?
No, like that's just a joke. Like it was the guy I went to school with. Kind of looks like Michael B. Jordan, and like throughout the years, I always like mention him. Like I always every time I see a new Michael B. Jordan movie, I always mention him saying like, "Hey, you're good in this movie. Good job."
Are you friends with him? Why do you keep calling him Mikey?
I didn't see Mikey.
Have you punched him?
No, he punched
Michael.
me.
His name's Michael B. Jordan.
That's what I've been saying.
It's not like you're saying Mikey.
No.
Yeah. Almost.
Are you chummy with him? Are you chummy?
I don't know what that means.
Best bud.
It's another word of it means close. Are you close with him?
No.
You don't know street slang.
No, he's a big star and everything. He doesn't have time to talk to me.
Well.
What problems did you have with the movie? I haven't heard you say any problems.
I already said.
Nothing is perfect. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, just like Rocky 5. It's perfect.
8 out of 10 for me.
No, I said the villain. I didn't really care for it.
Yeah, the villain's
You
pretty
just
lame.
That's it.
there. They were just there, yeah.
That was it, though.
Probably like, yeah, maybe they should have given him a better reason why Robert doesn't talk to Rocky.
It would have been better if they didn't even mention it at all, I think.
But then again, we always said like, where the hell is he at?
Well, that's the problem with it.
He's working. Oh, he's not. You guys have not mentioned this. What the hell happened to Marie and Steps?
They're gone.
But they didn't even mention them. Yeah.
Well, they're gone. Who cares?
They went to Canada as well.
Yeah, they were sick of living in Rocky's shadow.
Obviously she got fired from Rocky's restaurant because she ain't there no more either.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
She did a crappy job. A good job.
I was a crazy crap.
Hey, you know what else didn't get mess? Hey, how about this? No one seemed to care that like Apollo Creed was a cheater.
They mentioned that at one point though.
Yeah, I know, but like, don't you think that kind of tarnishes him a little bit?
No.
Was Rocky's dog dead?
Since when are athletes saints?
No, we're not.
Rocky's in Creed. Did he have the dog in Creed or not?
No, he just had the turtles.
He died. That dog
the dog didn't last long. God, everyone's dead.
Yeah.
This movie, everyone's dead.
It's like he's Paul Kersey at Death Wish. Like everybody's dying.
Yeah.
They should have just killed Stallone. Why not?
I will say that now.
In Creed 3, his grandson's gonna be dead.
Oh man! Oh, I lost.
Sorry, Alex. I know you were interrupted a lot. Do you have any more to add?
No.
Oh, I need something to drink. Oh.
You want me to do
other than like, I thought this was a solid film and a solid entry to the franchise, and
oh man,
not the best one, but still really good.
Okay. Well, Creed's budget was $35 million, so it was a little bit more than Rocky Balboa. It earned $110 million domestically and $173 million worldwide, so it was a hit. This is kind of ridiculous. It holds a 95% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's the highest rated of all the films, even over Rocky 1.
That's crap.
And it has a 7.6 on IMDb, which puts it in second, just over Rocky 1.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, better than Rocky 1 and 2.
Really?
What, the IMDb was it higher than IMDb compared to Rocky 1?
No, it's second to Rocky 1 on IMDb, but on Rotten Tomatoes, it has a higher percentage than Rocky 1 even.
Mm-hmm. All right, well.
7.6 on IMDb.
Say hello.
Oh, hey, doggy.
Hello.
Oliver. Here's Oliver.
Oliver.
Oliver and Company.
Say hi, Oliver.
Oliver and Company.
Oliver.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Yes.
That was a cat.
Oliver.
Oh,
That's right.
come here, Penelope.
All right, well.
Probably went back under the covers.
Look what else we got.
Oh.
Well, 3 years passed by, and then we got I would say Rocky 2, Creed 2.
You want to go out? There you go. There you go. Then we'll stop in and say hello. That's nice.
So this one, Ryan Coogler didn't come back to direct this one.
Yeah, nope.
Yeah, who directed this again?
Steven somebody. Stephen Capper.
Now, what else did this guy direct?
He's directing the. I think he's directing
Stephen
the.
Capel Jr.
Mhm.
He's directing the new Transformers movie. I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. See, he's done mostly
Yeah.
TV stuff.
Yeah,
Ryan Coogler, I think Ryan was a producer, wasn't he, on this one?
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. He was still busy with Black Panther, I believe, because they came out the same year.
Yeah, wasn't this 2018?
Yeah.
2018.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah, I still can't get over Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah.
Still hard.
Yep.
So who's to start first in this?
Oh,
Why is it going? Okay, I went first. Rocky 5.
I went first with Creed.
Dan,
I went first. Rocky Balboa.
Up to you guys, like Julie or Rob wants to go first in this. I went first. Rocky 5.
Julie can go if she wants to.
Well, you know what? Julie never went first, so we'll go.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Julie.
Let's give.
Yeah, go for it, Julie.
We'll give you-
This part 2 of Creed, sequels are not usually all that great, but surprisingly, this sequel turned out good. And the fact that Dolph Lundgren came back in here, and there's a scene that I just knew him and Rocky were fixing to go at it when they were talking in the restaurant about their fight and everything, and they both stand up and they're like eye to eye. I knew it was going to be a fight, but it never happened. And I liked this one guy. I don't know if y'all seen this season show called Grimm. Have any of y'all seen Grimm?
What is it called?
Grimm?
Grimm?
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've never seen
Yeah,
it.
it was on. That was on NBC, I think.
Yeah. Well, there's a guy named Wood Harris, the one that kept wanting to stir the pot between Adonis and.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He played in there, and he
Oh,
played
that's
Grimm
right.
as Hulk.
That's right. I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Mhm. And I was glad he was in there because I really liked him from Grimm. He was a cop in there. And when I seen him in there, I was like, oh, cool, he's coming in there. So I knew this was going to be a much better sequel prior to first because you had more cast in here that everybody knew from other shows. And I liked the way they brought all that back. And then they had Adonis and them get married and have a kid, kind of like in Rocky Part 1 and 2, where they get married and have kids. And that's how Adonis and them did in Creed 2. And then he gets challenged by the fight and everything, and so that was really good there. And then then Stallone comes in and helps train him once again for it. And I liked Part 2 better than Part 1, to be honest, because of
I agree with you.
Oh yeah.
because of the cast, and I liked the fact that Dolph Lundgren's wife also made an appearance in here. They were at that dinner table. And she made an appearance, and oh my gosh, she is, I just didn't think she was very pretty from the get-go, and she was even uglier in this one, too. And,
That's what happens when she married Flavor Flav.
yeah. But I liked this sequel well, basically because of all the good cast in here. And you can feel the tension between Dolph Lundgren and Stallone in here in this, because of what happened to him in Rocky 4. And Dolph Lundgren's character says, my son is going to break your boy's spirit. And his voice is just real icy and real cold in here. And he is still furious because he got beat, by Rocky and everything. And he said, he's still wanting to talk about revenge because everybody wants to fight. And he's lost all respect from his country. And but he kind of softens up a little bit at the end when his son loses the fight, and he tells his son it's okay, but his son was not okay about it. So in a way, I think he kind of softened up a bit, but maybe a little bit. But I like this one better than Part 1. So that's all.
Okay.
All right, Robbie, you can go next.
Well, I'm not gonna say much here. I agree with Julie. I think this is a better. I like this one better because I freaking love Dolph Lundgren. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good choice to put him in here. And I think the Dragos was a much more interesting story. I realize the first Creed is kind of a, kind of like, I don't want to say an origin, but it is kind of the origin of Adonis. But I'm just saying, this one, it's like, Adonis is in a certain place now. He gets challenged by Drago's son, to fight, and it's like again, you have Creed versus Drago, but again, that goes back to Rocky, and it's like I feel that if you want to say which movie is more like a Rocky movie, this one. But with saying that, Stallone is not even in this movie hardly at all.
Exactly.
To me, though, that's kind of what I like, because we get to focus more on Adonis. But again, I don't think Adonis is that much really that interesting of a character. I just don't. I found him having his wife Bianca and having a kid that has problems like with her hearing. I thought that story was more emotional than anything in Creed 1 when he had cancer. I think this had more of a realistic approach with, like having a family and like things are going wrong in the family. It's just, I don't know. It felt more grounded to me. And I just, I felt like it helped a little bit that Rocky wasn't always in the movie, and it wasn't always about him. It was about the Dragos going after Creed. And it's like, that's why I think it helped. Now, I'm not saying now, I don't think the fight scenes were as well choreographed as the first Creed. However, I do think they were pretty entertaining, and I do like the Dragos. I do like this. I wish they would have done more with the Dragos. I wanted to see more. I want to see more with them. Let's see what else. Here's the thing. I did not like the whole. I know Dan's going to agree with me on this. The ending where he shows up at Robert's door and they tried to make it emotional. I'm just sitting there with it on my face. I'm just like, I didn't know what to think. He opens the door and he's like, oh, hey, Pop. He's like, oh, come on in. And he's like giving him a hug. And then Rocky's kind of like hesitant, oh, like, do you like me or not? It's like, I'm thinking to myself, like, what's going on here? This is right. Like, Rocky's being stupid. Like, obviously, Robert is fine. And Rocky goes in there just like, oh, I don't know. Should I hug you or are you mad at me? It's just, what?
Ugh. Yeah.
Then he introduces his grandson for the first time. And they try to make it emotional. I'm thinking to myself, like, Rocky, all you had to do was call him. Just call him.
Yeah.
Adonis tells him through the whole movie, call him. And he just doesn't want to. He just doesn't. So
I almost think that, just to add to that, I almost think that's out of character. Like, look in Rocky Balboa, how him and his son had a strained relationship, and he kept trying to interact with him. In this movie, it's just like, oh, I'm scared. It's like,
it made no. Does Robert even know that he had cancer? That's the thing. Would
Rocky really never meet his grandson? Like, really, he would never attempt to see his grandson because of whatever was going on that is never explained.
So that part I didn't like, and I did not like the training when they go out to that desert, and I just thought that was kind of lame. They tried to make that kind of like Rocky IV, where he's out in out in nature a little bit.
Yeah.
Far better.
Other than that, I think this is actually a Creed. To me, it felt like a Creed movie with Rocky elements. That's kind of what I wanted to see in the first movie, but I felt like there was too much Rocky shit, like all over that movie. Like we got to learn Rocky's back. We have more Rocky backstory. Rocky has cancer. Blah 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 blah. I felt like in this movie it was centered around Creed. That's where it should have been in the first place. Other than that, I think this is, like I said, I think this is a pretty solid Creed movie. It does have problems, but I agree with Julie. I do like it more than the first. So that's it.
All right, Dan.
So, okay. I'm gonna do what I did with Creed. I'm gonna kind of take a step back and look at it as a movie on its own. Things that I liked, the Drago, like Bob said, that was my favorite part of the whole movie. I wanted more of that. In fact, I'll say this right now: if they would have made a movie about Victor Drago and Ivan Drago and just like their dynamic and trying to get Victor into the rankings, that sounds way more interesting than Creed to me. Like Rocky and Adonis.
Not
like,
around. Yeah.
I just think that sounds way better. So I really liked that part of the movie. I thought that there were 3 fights, and I thought they were very entertaining. And the continued story with Bianca and Adonis's child, and then having the deafness, that was all good. So again, take the movie aside as it on its own. Those are the things I like. The things I didn't like, I didn't like the music. I felt like they were blaringly just stuff that I didn't like personally, like in as music. I'm not saying it didn't fit. I'm just saying I didn't personally like the music choices. And then like the desert training, it just wasn't done well. I remember in the theater thinking that. I was just like, I just don't enjoy that. My least favorite part of the whole movie was Rocky, and it's completely opposite for like in Creed. In Creed, I didn't like what they did to the Rocky character, even though Rocky was in 50% of the movie. I didn't like what they did to the character. In this movie, they didn't really do anything bad to him, except that he still had that strained relationship with his son, which is never explained. But he's like hardly in the movie at all. And I get that they probably wanted to make it stand more alone, but like to me, it's like I'm going to the movie to see Rocky, really. So I feel like Rocky was pointless in this movie, honestly. And then of course at the end he's like, "Oh, now it's your turn to Adonis," and I'm still not sold on. I don't know why I have to root for. I'm not saying I don't root for Creed, but like there's no reason to be like that strongly behind him. I don't feel. So yeah, and then the whole ending is just like thrown in there, like, oh yeah, he made up with his son. Oh, we got to wrap this up. Like, oh, we'll just do this. It's just like, okay, whatever. That's basically my thoughts on the movie.
Well, I guess since Thomas. Oh wait, never mind.
Sorry about that.
I would say, not there. I guess my turn, but you can go.
I was sorry. I was checking messages on my phone real quick.
Okay.
Checking in on my sister, make sure she's okay.
All right, everything okay?
Yeah. She's down the shore with her friend.
Okay.
They went down for the day. They're coming in tomorrow. But I just figured I asked and see if she was doing okay.
Okay.
So I was just checking messages. So going on to my turn about Creed 2. I do agree with Julie and Rob and things like that. I do agree. I think this is a better film than the first movie. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. But yeah, I do agree that this is a far better film than the first movie because, yeah, I do agree with what Rob and them are coming from, where this kind of felt more like a Creed movie, and Rocky was kind of more in the background. Because like when you go into a Creed movie, you go into it for the character of Creed, and I think this was much more superior. I will admit there are a couple flaws I want to get out of the way first. I agree with Dan, Rob. I do agree that the desert training wasn't as good as some of the other training montages in the other films. I think the training scene in the snow was far better and things like that. There's no question about that. And I think the musical score wasn't up to par with some of the other films, in my opinion, either. I don't think that the score was as strong either. But saying that, though, there are good things about the film. Like, I think Michael B. Jordan does a good job, and Stallone, for the little bits that he has, even though he's not really in the film a whole lot, I do think he still does good. And on top of that, too, I think this film was overall far better just because it was so cool to see Dolph Lundgren again on the big screen. Because I'm a huge fan of Dolph Lundgren. He's one of my favorite action heroes.
He's underrated.
That's what I'm about to say. He is criminally underrated as an actor. If I go through like some of his films that I love, of course, the dog has to be barking when I'm talking. Anyways, going through like some of Dolph's films, like Red Scorpion's my favorite film that he did. I also love I Come in Peace, Army of One, of course Rocky IV. Gotta love Rocky IV. I also love what are some other ones that he did? What's that?
He was in Aquaman.
Oh yeah. What's that, Rob?
He was in Aquaman.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Other films, like older films that he did. I even like Sweepers. I like a lot of his other films. I really do like Dolph Lundgren. And it's really cool to see Drago again on the big screen because I'm a big Dolph Lundgren fan, and I think, and you really felt Dolph Lundgren's presence in Rocky IV big time with all that tension, and I still think to this day, with Creed 2, you still really do feel that tension that you did in Rocky 4. Like Julie said, when they're staring down one another, you can it's just as intense as it was in Part 4 of Rocky. And Dolph Lundgren, I'm going to say this: Drago is my favorite villain of the Rocky franchise. Like Drago is my favorite because Rocky 4 is my personal favorite. But I just think Drago is such an excellent, towering presence to Rocky. And it's a really good opponent for him, too. And I thought it was more interesting. I agree with Rob and Dan on this point that the story in here was much more interesting than the first Creed movie. Because I feel like the first Creed, is kind of like more, like Rob said, more the origin story, where you kind of get to see more of what Creed's like was growing up as a kid in foster homes and et cetera, things like that. And this one, though, you already have the establishment of the character, and there's much more of an interesting story. And it was just cool to see Apollo's son and Drago's son going at it with one another. And I thought it was cool. Like, it's kind of like a little bit of a connection to Rocky IV. Like, Apollo was murdered or killed by Drago in Part 4, and there's a lot of really good callbacks to Rocky 4 in my opinion. And even though it's not directed by Ryan Coogler, in my opinion, this is another flaw I have with the film. I do agree with Rob on this one. I do think that the fight scenes in this were not as well filmed as the first movie. I think Ryan Coogler in the first Creed definitely had much more of a better direction when it came to the fighting sequences and things like that. While I don't think they're as strong in this film, but they're definitely not badly filmed or anything. I just don't think they're up to par with the first Creed. But there's more to this film, in my opinion, than the first Creed, because it's more, like I said, it's more of a Creed movie. It's more about Adonis himself, because it really is Adonis's movie. This is his story, and I think it's fine having Stallone, it's Rocky's character being put in the background, because it's not really a Rocky film. Like you already got more. You already have his character. You got that in the first 6 movies and things like that. You already got that arc. And overall, this is just a far better sequel. I think it's much more superior than the first movie. And overall, I would say out of 10 for this film, I'd say 8.5 out of 10. It gets a solid B+, A- for me. So that's all I got to say about Creed 2.
One of the things they should have kept in there was the fight between Rocky and Drago. There was an unreleased fight that you can actually see on YouTube. They're in the hospital, and then Drago and him fight.
I didn't know about that.
I would have loved to see that.
You know, it does go to show you. Just also talking about, it's still a Creed movie still cannot stand. Creed 2 might have had less Rocky in it, but the whole premise revolves around the Rocky universe characters. It's like if they had a Creed movie and it was like new characters to fight, and Rocky wasn't in it, it'd be like, who cares? So it's like it's still like he still can't stand on his own, even in the second one.
No.
Oh, and Kenny also mentioned another Dolph Lundgren film. I know this is Julie's favorite, He-Man.
Yep.
Oh, I love that movie.
Masters of the Universe.
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Yeah.
No matter how cheesy it is.
I know originally Stallone was going to do He-Man, but then he said, "Nah, get my buddy Dolph Lundgren to do it." And then Dolph Lundgren ended up doing He-Man.
I can't see Stallone being a blonde.
Yeah, as much as I love Stallone, I don't think he would have pulled it off on that.
Nah, I think Dolph Lundgren was a much better fit.
Well, it would have been the first time for everything.
You know what?
Blonde hair.
I'll tell you what, though. You know what would have been really interesting about He-Man? What if like Dolph Lundgren played He-Man, and what if Stallone directed it?
Or what if Stallone was Skeletor?
He would have gave He-Man cancer.
If Ryan Coogler directed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my.
All right, Alex, you want to go?
Yeah, I like this movie a lot. I thought it was cool to see. It was cool to see Ivan Drago come back this time with the son, and you get to see what happened to him after Rocky IV. You know, and of course you had to. You kind of had to have him in there because just to have closure, because he's really the one that killed Apollo, and the reason why Adonis is the way he is because Apollo's dead, and like you have to have that storyline. And I like how like he kind of like lost everything after he lost to Rocky in his own home country. You know, the country looked at him as like a bum. Bridget Nielsen's character left him. You know. He lost, like, he practically retired. You know, nobody wanted to support him, so him and his son have something to prove. You know, in their own way.
Yeah, he's not really seen as a villain. He's really seen as just a person who was used.
Yeah, he was, and he was used. You know, that's what you saw in when he choked that one guy. He's like, I went for me.
Blah, blah.
Yeah, that. Yeah, and you see that again, in this movie. Like, okay, they're winning for themselves, you know, and I like the Adonis and Bianca's relationship continuing in this movie, and how they have the baby, and I like that one scene where Marianne figures out that she's pregnant before they do.
Yeah.
That was a really fun scene.
I cry.
Mother's intuition.
I cry every time when they test the baby's hearing and it's like there's something wrong. Like I can't stand that. I just lose it.
Because for me that kind of hits close to home because
it does.
For me because when I was born I didn't open my eyes like even after a few weeks, I wasn't really opening my eyes. So the doctors thought that I had there was something wrong with my vision, and they tried to convince my parents to operate on my eyes, like it could help, but they thought like they could damage me more. So they had to make a choice. Like, okay, if we don't operate, he could be blind at a very young age already. So they decided not to do the operation, and then lo and behold, I had a 20/20 vision like throughout most of my life.
Did you just open? Did your eyes just open, or?
Yeah, like they weren't open, and then only one opened.
Oh,
like for a while, like when I was a little baby.
Oh, you were just tired. You just need to open them.
Yeah, so like they said like that wasn't normal.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but and then what's weird is that I saw that scene in this movie in the theater, and a month later, I had to do a physical test because for my job, and found out I needed glasses. So, kind of came back in a way. It sort of like came back at me.
Yeah.
So that's why, like for me, like that hit close to home with that scene. You know, oh, the baby also has.
Where are your glasses at?
Oh,
do you have any?
Yeah, I do, but I don't need to wear them right now because I can see all you guys clearly.
Well, you know,
Did you ever?
see,
You know they have
when you-
LASIK. You ever tried LASIK?
when do you wear
I know
'em?
LASIK works.
Oh, well, when I'm driving and when I go to work.
what's kind of weird is that like you can see it.
So are
I
you
work-
far or nearsighted?
Nearsighted.
I'm farsighted.
I'm nearsighted.
It's
I have to wear glasses.
you guys are pretty near.
I can't see far away.
They say
Yeah.
LASIK. They say LASIK
That's
surgery
why I
actually
wear
works.
my glasses.
Yeah, but I'm very, paranoid when it comes to that.
That's why I wear my glasses because I can't see too far away. Like if I took these glasses off right now from where I'm sitting, like I can't see. You guys are blurry as shit.
You guys are not blurry to me at all.
And a lot of people tell me that I look different without glasses on. Do you guys think I do?
Am I in 3D right now?
Yeah,
Can you see that? Can you see that?
if you put them on, you're Clark Kent. You take
Can
them
you
off.
see that? Oh.
I mean, it fools people from Metropolis. So I think
They're all
maybe-
stupid in Metropolis. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, but I think Drago's son in this movie, I think he was a better villain than the last fighter in was Conley, right? Conley?
Pretty Ricky Conlon.
Yeah, Conlon, and better than Mason Dixon.
Yeah, I can see that.
And even though I said like Tommy,
I'd agree with that.
Even though I do like Tommy Gunn story in Rocky 5, I thought Drago's son, I think his story was almost like as interesting, because basically his mother just left him because like Ivan Drago wasn't champion like at all, she's like, oh, I'm gonna ban both of you, she used him as well, and then you see that again when like she comes to see the fight to support them, but once he's losing, she leaves him again, So she was the real villain in Rocky 4.
I hope after this we can be friends.
Yeah, you're right.
I get pissed if I get hurt.
She's still
on top of that was what was great about Creed 2.
She's still pissed off about Apollo.
Oh, excellent.
She's still pissed off about Apollo's jokes about the Russians.
I just thought of an idea. If
What?
it's not going to happen, because Adrian had died, but what if they had made Adrian and Drago's wife fight?
Fight?
I'll tell you what.
That would have been a different movie.
I would have loved to see, I would have loved to see it, not a fight, but like a confrontation. I would have loved to see
Yeah.
That
them
would be cool.
Yeah.
like talk, like actually talk or something.
hmm
And then they can do a little cat fight.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what
I don't want to see.
In the
I don't
ring.
want to see them fight. I'd like to see them talk to each other.
Bridget Nielsen will probably, split her in half.
That's good.
she's
She'd rip
she's
her
Red
apart.
Sonya,
Yeah, and she's also from Cobra, so
Yeah. But I actually did like how Stallone's role in it was more minimal. So it gives Michael B. Jordan as Adonis Creed like a little more room to develop. So that was good.
Yeah.
And, I didn't really like that last scene with Rocky and Robert didn't really bother me because you just needed that closure.
Yeah, but
It was good enough. I mean, maybe it could have been a little bit better. Like it would have maybe they could have developed it a little bit more. But again, this is just me theorizing. Like I think the whole him not being away from Robert. I think that's just Stallone dealing with the loss of his son in real life. I think that's where that comes from. But yeah, but if this is if this is it for the Rocky character, I'm fine with. I mean, he didn't die, so now he gets to be with the son and his grandson and live happily ever after.
I know Stallone.
What did he
said
do with the
wasn't
restaurant? He just closed it or what?
He sold it to Marie.
I know Stallone said he wasn't happy with Creed 2, so
He
just
wasn't.
They're
abandoned
supposed to be
it.
doing a
He
part
wasn't.
3.
Oh,
He
I didn't
wasn't.
know that.
Oh no. Yeah.
No.
No,
And
Sly was
Michael
not
B.
happy
Jordan.
with Creed 2.
He wrote the movie, so So
Well, supposedly
Yeah,
they're gonna
No,
be
it
part
was
three.
he and another guy had writing credit together, but
yeah, I know. But
There were a lot of things cut though.
oh
See,
yeah,
like,
let's not forget
yeah.
Spider Rico died in a deleted scene. There's another thing to keep Rocky down that they cut out.
That's what
Yeah,
I mean.
but-
It's like they're
Yeah.
finding ways to kill everything off.
They
like
they cut that out, so it's not canon.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But the
Yeah,
whole like I'm not seeing that deleted scene where Rocky and Ivan fight.
look it up on
But-
YouTube. Just
Is it okay? I know they
Type-
exist. I've heard of
type in Creed. I've just typed in like Creed 2 Rocky versus Drago.
But like I think maybe they cut it out just like they want, because that would have been like the highlight of the movie. That would have taken away from the final fight.
No, it would have been cool just to see something small though.
I mean, I liked it was good enough when they had the confrontation at the restaurant.
Yeah,
He's like, "Where are the pictures of
that's
me?"
just a Rocky fan of me though. I just
Yeah.
want to see him.
Yeah. And like I liked how the fight ended with like Drago's in the position Rocky was in Rocky 4. Like, okay, we're throwing in the towel. Like I like how that
Yeah,
ended.
I'll give the movie credit for that. That was a unique ending.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah, supposedly they're gonna do part 3, and Michael B. Jordan's supposed to direct it.
Yeah,
We'll see how that turns out.
I like to
we'll
see.
see.
I tell you,
It'll be interesting to see how well that movie does if Rocky's not going to be in it.
I like to see
See-
Michael Jordan direct the next one.
See, like he wants to be like Stallone, directing that. He wants to be like his unk.
I tell you what, I really wish Stallone would direct more.
Yeah, maybe he's
We wanna
got
hear the
one
Creed 2
more good
stats?
movie in him.
Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, Rocky Balboa. The first.
Yeah, what are
Maybe
damn good.
What are the Creed 2 stats?
Okay, so the budget was $50 million, so it's the highest budget for any of the films. Domestically, it made $115 million, so it only made $5 million more than Creed. But worldwide, it did $212 million, so it did about a little over $30 million more worldwide. It has a 7.1 on IMDb, tied with Rocky Balboa. And it holds an 83% on Rotten Tomatoes, which puts it in third place out of the whole series.
Wow. I think Rocky Balboa is a better film than the Creed movies, though. Still,
No question.
Well, I
Yeah.
just have this to say. If you look at the series as a Rocky story, it's like if you look at Rocky Balboa's ending, does anyone feel like Creed or Creed 2 ended his character better than that movie?
no.
no.
Not really.
Yeah.
Balboa was the perfect send off. I mean, Balboa, you couldn't have asked for a better ending than Balboa.
So
Yeah.
no one liked. Okay, I'm not gonna say it. All right.
No,
I'm good.
it's not that I didn't like how it ended here. It's just I thought it ended
the Creed
more
movies.
perfect.
I
Huh?
mean, the Creed movies
Well,
are
he
good.
doesn't feel like a overshadow anymore. Now he feels like he's part of the family again. Rocky's with his family.
Yeah.
They can have
You
Thanksgiving.
know what though? I could hopefully we're all alive 20, 25 years from now, but I could totally see them making Adonis's daughter and Rocky's grandson main characters in the future.
$1 million.
No, they're gonna
baby.
do something like that.
Ugh.
You know they're gonna. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this. Like, and during the final fight, when Adonis gets knocked out and then he has to get back up. For a second, I thought they were gonna do the
Yeah.
Rocky 5 thing, and you're gonna see Apollo Creed as a
Yep.
ghost.
That's what I
Yep.
thought. He was
That's
walking
what
towards him.
I'm so thankful they didn't do that shit.
He was
that would've
walking
been-
towards him. I'm like, is that Apollo?
Yeah, I was like, what the hell?
Don't be sad, Happy. You
Yeah.
should have been playing a piano.
He's like, shut up,
We've
Adonis.
only just begun to live.
Come on, son. It's all in the hips. So in the hips.
It's all in the hips.
Yeah.
It's all in the hips.
But yeah, when he got knocked down and Apollo's spirit came back a little bit, and Adonis got up. That part gave me chills. I was like,
Yeah, I agree, Kenny. I think Rambo 2008 had a perfect ending.
I agree with Kenny on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree.
Yep.
Even though I do like Rambo Last Blood. but-
Yeah,
I
same
do
here.
too.
Yeah.
I love Last Blood.
I like Rambo Last Blood. I would have been okay if they would have just ended it though with Rambo 2008. I would have been okay
Yeah,
with that.
I would have been fine with that too, but I don't think Rambo Last Blood's a bad movie at all.
No,
No, it's not.
I got to see that in theater.
Okay, so when we get to review the Rambo movies, when we get to Rambo Let's Play, you guys, well, I liked it too, by the way. But like when we get to it, you guys have to complain that it's not necessary either. I like it, but it wasn't fucking necessary.
Whenever we do the Rambo franchise, I'll be gushing over Rambo 2 and 3.
Well, the difference is that Rambo Last Blood is not a spin-off. It's a part of the series, so that's different.
Right.
Good point.
But still, the ending on Rambo 4 was.
I mean,
But the ending on Rambo 4 was perfect.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
And to be honest, when I first saw Part 4 Rambo, I didn't like it at first.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If Rocky Balboa and then they made a Rocky 7, I still would have seen Rocky 7.
Yeah,
but would have been good.
I mean, even if it wasn't, I still
would it have. The answer is, will it be good?
Yeah, because they are making one.
Rocky 7.
Yeah.
There's rumors, but I hope
rumors, but who knows?
But
he hasn't confirmed it
when it's called Rocky 7, we expect Rocky to fight at the end.
He's going to train Roberto Duran.
He's going to train Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah.
All right, we ranking these.
Remember, Rocky Balboa ended perfectly, and I agree with that, by the way. But they better not make Rocky 7.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, rankings.
Oh, this is the movie we've all been waiting for. Oh my goodness, Alex! When I say this was really tough to do, this was really tough.
Especially, yes, it was hard. I probably went.
I changed
the paper to write this.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
Before we start, I remember the list I was writing before we started the show. It changed. Yeah. I changed it a little bit. After we were talking about some of these.
That's good. That's good. That means the talking swayed you.
I probably pissed you off too much, didn't I?
What, me? What, you? Pissed me off? Never.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
It's only just begun.
You know what? I was actually doing my ranking. I actually had to switch my list a little bit.
Jesus. Did any of you guys changed your lists?
No, I have mine right.
After we just got done, I had to switch around like two.
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. It wasn't even funny.
I'll tell you which one I switched when I get to it.
Okay.
All right. So
are we going from one? Because there's 8 movies. So
are we doing worst to best? Or
yes,
what?
Worst to best.
Yes. Yeah.
Worst to best.
Okay. So
and give like a 10-second why you have it there.
Okay.
So you figure there's 8 movies, right?
It sucks.
Yeah, there's 8 movies altogether.
So you figure 6
yes,
Rock
8 movies,
and then 2 Creed movies.
Yes.
So number 8. Who wants to go first on number 8?
Dan, you go first.
All right. So my number 8 is Creed 2.
I know.
And I have that at number 8. Basically, even though I do like the Drago storyline, and I feel like there are a lot of elements that are better in Creed 2 than Creed 1, I'm watching these movies as a Rocky fan. I want to see Rocky, and he's barely in the movie. He's not even really. He doesn't cause any changes in the storyline, basically. So, Creed 2 is at the end.
Okay.
Okay.
Rob.
For me, it's going to be Creed, the first one. It's kind of that it has too much Rocky in it, and I kind of look at it doesn't stand alone as well as Creed 2. So that's my explanation, really.
Okay. Julie.
Rocky Part 5 for 8.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised.
Hey,
I figured, like I said, I changed it up so many times, but
yeah.
Okay. Thomas.
I'm with Rob. Creed.
All right, I have someone to agree. Yay!
Mainly because I just didn't think. Like I felt like I kind of wish there was more to the Adonis Creed character, and I think that was a little bit better with Creed too. That's kind of like my same thing with Rob.
Okay.
Alex?
Rocky
Rocky
5.
Five.
Yeah. I said yeah. This is the only one I don't really like, but
But you don't necessarily hate it either.
No.
And you painted.
No, it's not underrated. It would have to be good.
No, I said, and you painted. What
And
do
I
you do? You have to do this, kid.
But I'll check out the work print. Yeah.
Yeah, look at the work.
It's really worth the look.
I have a copy on DVD that I burned, but I don't know how I would get you a copy. So,
Double copy.
You could probably burn it onto your files and then send it through through email, maybe.
Yeah, but let me watch it on whatever link Thomas sends me. I'll watch it, and if I like it, then I'll say, okay, send me that work print.
Then you got to do the ranking over because you might have.
It might be number 1. All right, yeah, that's my number 8.
The whole opening of Rocky 5 work print, the opening where it's showing Drago pummeling him, it's even more violent than the theatrical.
Okay.
That's how I feel about the Expendables director's cut, man. I love that cut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
really cool.
Cut, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Number 7.
Am I just going first every time, or
If you want.
How do you want to do it? No, I mean, I don't care. Just
go first. Number 7. What's your number 7?
Creed 1 is my number 7, for all the reasons I've already said.
Okay. Rob.
Creed 2. I've already said why.
Mm-hmm.
Julie.
Creed 2.
All right. Thomas.
Creed 2.
Wow.
All right.
So that's 2 for me and Rob.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys copy of each other. That's what happened.
Well,
Hey, you're butt buddies, not me.
Yeah,
you gotta contradict what Rob said.
he's not copying my list.
It's kind of contradicting what Rob said in the Howling home movie.
Yeah, that's why I said yeah.
Well, you're the ones that have the same exact list so far.
Alex, what's your number 7?
We're secretly butt buddies.
My number 7, I guess it's gonna shock you guys, but not really. Is Rocky 4.
Wow.
Oh.
That is wow. I
Come
wasn't
on, dude.
expecting
It has a stupid robot. I mean, come on.
Get this asshole out of here.
Is that the only reason though?
No, but I
robot?
already said it. I said as entertaining as it is, it has all these story problems, and it's not that.
I totally get it.
Great.
Yeah.
I mean, I get that reasoning. It's just to me, it's like Rocky 4 would be at the top of the list for a lot of people.
And to me, the Creed movies are more like Rocky films than the Rocky 4 because the Creed movies feel like grounded, and this one it's all sensationalized and all that.
I honestly thought I was the only one who thought that. I mean, wow, that's okay.
Like the tone and in Creed 1 and 2 fit more with Balboa in 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my number 7, Rocky 4.
All right, so number 6.
My number 6 is Rocky 4. Basically, because it is the least like a Rocky movie, even though it is the most entertaining. It is the most entertaining of the entire series, I feel, and I love the movie. But as far as ranking them, it's the least like a Rocky film for me. So number 6 for me.
Okay. Rob?
Same.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 4?
It's for the same reasons. Least like a Rocky film.
Julie?
Creed 1.
Creed 1. Okay.
Okay.
Me? Rocky 5.
Okay.
All right. This was the one like I almost switched it, but at the end of the day, I didn't. This one was tough, but I think I might piss off Rob when I say this, but Rocky 2.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. This was a hard decision.
Wow.
I was like,
Pull out of this chat room, please.
Wow!
yeah.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
Went over my head there, Alex.
I like the movie. I like the movie. I like it.
That's very interesting. I mean, I'm not. That's just
Yeah.
interesting. Like, wow.
Rocky 2 should have been number 1. No, like I like the movie, but I feel like I was more emotionally driven with everything that's above it. When I get to those.
Number 5 now, right?
Yeah. No, we're top 5 now.
Top
Top
5.
five.
Number 5, Dan.
All right, 5 for me is Rocky 3. Basically, again, that was when the series started to kind of lean away from the story aspect and go more the action route. So that's why I rank it number 5, even though it's still a great film.
Mhm.
Rob?
Number 5 is Rocky 5 for me. It's kind of like in the middle, and that's how I feel about the film. It's not bad and it's not great. I just think it's good and it's underrated. So,
Julie? Number 5.
Rocky Part 2.
Rocky 2. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Rob.
Man.
I guess it's my turn now, right?
Yeah.
Number 5. I'm with Dan. Rocky 3.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I pity you fools. Yeah.
Hey, woman.
Yeah. All right.
You gotta take what I got.
Bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight.
I'll show you what a real man is. All right. My number 5. It's Creed 2.
Wow. Creed
Yeah.
2.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Number 4.
Uh-huh. No, wait. Dan's writing our list.
Number 4 for me. I'm good. I got it.
Yeah.
Number 4 for me is Rocky 5. I had the most trouble ranking Rocky 5, 3, and 4 because of my enjoyment with Rocky 3 and 4, where I don't really have problems with the.
Dan didn't see that.
What happened?
Did you just hit yourself?
He was hitting himself with a water bottle, Alex.
You missed it completely, Dan.
Yeah. And you said Rocky 4.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Rocky 5 is your number 4. Yeah.
Rocky 5, it feels more like a Rocky film than Rocky 3 and Rocky 4. That's basically why it's, for me, in 4th place.
Okay. Rob?
Rocky 3 for me comes in at 4 because this is the one that I've seen probably the most, but there's that nostalgic factor. I love the fights, and I agree that it's the Rocky film that everything started to go downwards, but I still feel that there's enough Rocky in it. I felt, Clubber Lang being a great villain. I don't know. I really like it. So number 4 for me. Yep.
Julie, number 4.
Rocky Part 3. Same reason as Rob.
Okay. Number 4 for me, Rocky Balboa.
Wow.
All right.
Because
That'll be higher in the list.
like I said before, like I mentioned, like why I love Rocky Balboa. These top 4 were actually a no-brainer for me now that I thought about it. Like it was hard to rank them at first, but Rocky Balboa, the emotional great scenes, like the final scene in the movie with the grave site with Adrian saying we did it. Like it's just the perfect send off, and like it's all the moments I said, all the above when we talked about Balboa.
All right. My number 4 is Creed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Top 3 now. This will be interesting now. Top 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so 3 for me is Rocky Balboa. Basically, yeah, like I said, it's besides a couple minor things, to me, it's a perfect film. So I have it 3rd.
It's such a good movie. I do agree.
Mhm.
Same for me.
Yeah, Rocky Balboa is your number 3 as well, huh?
Yep. I think Dan and I probably had the same top 3. So
Good choice.
Yeah.
Good choice.
Number 3 for me as well.
All
Oh,
right.
nice. Yeah.
Hanging around for Balboa. Sweet. Number 3, Rocky 2.
All right.
Yeah.
Glad to
Right.
see some love for Rocky too.
All right.
Rocky 2.
Oh. All right, my number 3. This is the one I switched.
The flaw with Rocky 2 is the poster. The poster sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
My number 3 is the one I switched. 2 and 3 I switched.
Okay. We're still
Number 3 is Rocky 3.
okay.
Okay.
Very, very interesting.
Ooh, I know what your
Yeah.
number 2 is, Alex, and I'm very happy.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
shocked.
That's
I'm
really
shocked.
interesting.
I'm shocked that it's number 2, but like higher than you guys. And
I think so
Well,
this is top 2 now.
because okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry. I
so
can't.
yeah, my number 2.
Go ahead.
My number 2 is Rocky 2. Rocky 2 and Rocky 1 are almost perfect films. So yeah, I just number 2 for me.
Okay.
Same for me. I would have ranked Rocky Balboa higher if it wasn't for 2 being there. Rocky Balboa would be number 2. But Rocky 2, I'm sorry, I can't. I love it. So it's
It's so good.
yeah.
What about you, Julie?
Same. Rocky 2.
Isn't that 3 in a row now? Twice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Thomas?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Rob and Dan are gonna hate me for this.
Screw you. No, I'm just kidding.
Number
Screw
my
you, creepo.
second favorite Rocky film is the first movie, Rocky.
The second. Oh, okay.
The first,
Okay.
Okay.
the original Rocky.
That's number 2 for you, Rocky.
Yes.
Oh, that hey, it's in your top 2. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, number 1.
No, hold on. I haven't gotten my number 2 yet.
shit.
Asshole.
All right. You.
All right. My
Screw you, creepo.
Yeah, that's what I said. My number 2 is Rocky Balboa, and then this one is the one
Nice.
I switched. I originally had Rocky 3 as number 2 because I always said for the longest time that Rocky 3 is my favorite sequel.
Ducking out while you can.
And then after like watching Balboa again last night and talking about it, like I have to rank that higher. You know, yeah. So number
Very
2,
nice.
yeah, I thought that's the best sequel.
Don't get the
I can
sucker nose
officially
ranking.
say Rocky Balboa 2006 is the best Rocky sequel.
Give him guts.
And it's crazy. Well, like I said earlier, when I first saw it, I fucking hated it. Look how
That I know, that's crazy.
I know it is.
I told you I wasn't going away.
Like I saw it when I was, I think 18. So I was pretty stupid, 18-year-old. So I was just like,
You stupid idiot.
yeah.
You idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, people change. People change. I change. You change. Anybody can change.
I love you,
Very
robot.
good.
Yeah.
Changes the
I got a message from my kiddies at home sleeping.
don't change me, but I got things time.
Stop singing.
Well,
Hey, David Bowie, rest in peace.
Okay.
so obviously
Alright.
my number 1 is Rocky 1. I just got to point this out. My ranking for the top 3 is Rocky 1, 2, Rocky Balboa. You can really watch those 3 movies, and they could stand alone. Those 3. What I mean is like those
As a
3
trilogy?
movies could be its own trilogy. It doesn't need Rocky 3, 4, or 5 for it to work. But yeah, and like I said, the only reason Rocky Balboa for me would probably be 2 also. But like I said, Rocky Balboa, I wasn't really a fan of Mason Dixon much, and the HBO filming type ending fight were like kind of a couple things I didn't care about in the movie, but that again, Rocky Balboa, that's such a powerful movie, and it holds a special place in my heart as far as like probably the movie I love to watch the most is Rocky Balboa at this point in my life. But Rocky 1 and 2, I don't really have any problems with those movies. I rank them 1 and 2. So
Okay.
No, number one for me is Rocky, and I agree with Dan. Like, I can watch 1, 2, and 3 like nonstop. If I want to watch a Rocky movie, I'll pop any one of those 3 in. But there's only a few movies that I consider masterpieces, like Back to the Future, Jaws, Rocky 1. I feel like it's a masterpiece, and you can watch Rocky 1 and 2 back to back. It's like it continues. You know what? Kudos to everyone in that film and Stallone. It was just perfect. It's a perfect film, really.
Julie?
Same. Rocky 1.
Holy crap! That's 3 in a row where it was 3 of the same ones.
Well, if you want the bird, go in the alley and eat the bird then.
All right, Thomas.
Yeah.
I know this is going to shock Rob and Dan. Rocky 4.
That don't shock me.
no, that's the general. That's
That's the
public
general
right there.
consensus. Yeah.
This one was really hard because your part 4 has always been my favorite.
That was actually the first Rocky it was actually the first Rocky I ever saw was part 4. Then I saw the first movie. Part 4 is the one I watched the most. I loved growing up with it on VHS because my grandfather owned the Rocky films on tape, and loved Rocky 4 to death. Back when I had a VCR, I watched it on VHS constantly.
It's pretty solid ranking. I mean,
It's nostalgia.
no, I mean he's got a pretty solid ranking.
Yeah.
I mean he's got Rocky 2, Rocky 1 in second place, right?
My top 5 were 3 Balboa, 2, 1, and 4.
Yeah, hey, there you go.
And my number 1, of course, the original Rocky.
The first one, yep.
Yeah, the first one. Which it still holds up, and it's I would consider that a masterpiece.
It's got to be the best underdog story. It's like
a classic. It's a classic.
It's so good. Yeah, it's such a good
It's
flick.
a universal story.
I would have chose. It was really hard choosing 1 and part 4 because I like part 4, but yet I was going to choose part 1 first.
Part
That's
4,
understandable.
I think part 4 is my favorite of the action set piece, of like the action perspective, and the first one was my favorite character-driven aspect.
Yeah. It's
Rocky 1, that was the only one that four of us all agreed were number 1. I'm just trying to look at some little stats here. Rocky Balboa placed 4th or better for everybody. Let's see. The Creed films. Let's see. Besides Alex ranked it 4th and 5th. Everyone else had the Creed films 6th or higher.
Rocky 2 also didn't do that well, did it?
What else do we got here?
Out of 6.
Well,
which movie had everybody
Rocky
agree
2
with
did
you?
actually pretty well.
Oh, it did? I thought
The ones I was in agreement with, I think.
What's that, Alex?
I said, like, is there one where all the rankings
What,
was
Alex?
exactly the same? Like, was there a movie that had everybody with the exact same ranking? Like, let's say, was there one that everybody, like, number 4 was the exact same one, or number 5 was the exact same one?
I don't think we all had the same one.
Me and Rob
The
had a
only
couple.
one that was close. The only one that was Rock 1. 4 of the 5 of us picked it as number 1.
I'm shocked. I'm the highest
Rocky
on Balboa.
Rob was asking about.
You're shocked at what?
That I had the highest on Balboa.
Rocky. Yeah, you did number 2.
Yeah.
Julie, Rob, and myself all had the same number 3, 2, and 1. Rocky 2, Rob, you were asking about Rocky 2. Rocky 2 ranked 3 or above for everyone except Alex.
Oh, okay.
Because he stinks.
You stink!
Yeah. It's called.
Okay, so
it's called having a mind of my own.
Alex and Julie were the only people that said a Rocky film was worse than a Creed film. So you guys are out of here.
You can't get rid of me though.
What else? Oh, okay. Looks like Rocky 3 was middle ground for a lot of us. Let's see. Alex said Rocky 3 third. Thomas said fifth. Julie and Bob said fourth, and I said fifth. So that one kind of was middle ground for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Rocky 5, that was kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
8th for Alex, 6th for Thomas, 5th for Bob, 8th for Julie, and 4th for me.
So you had the highest of Rocky 5.
Yeah.
I think Creed is the only movie we're ever gonna review that we all liked it, but yet we all argue like we had opposite opinions about the
Well,
movie
it's
in
just like
general.
the Jason franchise.
Yeah.
Like I liked all those movies, but yet people argue about like part 8 and part 9 and
No, but I mean, like, when we have debates, it's usually because someone likes the movie and someone else doesn't. Like, we like the movie both. It's like we still fucking argued. It doesn't make any sense.
That's the thing. Like, it's so hard for me. It really is. Like,
it's not that hard.
It's
man.
hard for me to
if you like the movie, you like the movie.
No, that's the thing though. It's separating it as if you're looking at it as just a film, or you're looking at it as how you feel about the film. You can look at it as how you feel about a film and how the film is as far as good or bad.
you could say you like the movie and it doesn't make sense.
This is this is what I have to say about both the Creed movies. I think they're well done movies, but I don't care for them because of what they did with Rocky.
But they're well done movies at the end.
Thomas's big tummy? What?
Yeah,
he stood up and
I stood up and I'm like,
he's expecting. Leave him alone.
Honestly,
boy or
hey,
girl?
typically I just pretend
Both.
that Creed movies are spin-offs. I just act like they never happened half the time.
they're
I just feel like,
spin-offs.
oh, Rocky Balboa is how it ended. So
What's Creed? What movies are those?
Creed. The band, the music band, Creed.
What if
it's Creed's Clearwater Revival.
you
Yeah.
lie?
Oh,
Yeah.
What if?
So that was the Rocky franchise and the Creed spin-off. Yeah.
oh my goodness.
Controversial opinions tonight.
Stay tuned for the next Rocky box set, which comes out with the Creed movies in them.
Oh, and the director's cut of Rocky 4. Yeah.
and
robot.
Also the work print of Rocky 5.
I wonder. Look, you know what? Maybe Rocky 4 will become better with this cut.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hey, Alex, I'm gonna warn you, okay? There's a really terrible, cringeworthy scene in the work print. It is so bad. Rocky is drunk in a bar and he's talking about pancakes, and it is terrible. It's bad.
So worst Rocky movie ever.
But there's so much good. There's so many good scenes that were cut that are in that it's worth watching.
Yeah,
I swear, if this is worse than the theatrical cut, then I don't know. All right, well, that's it. That's it for now, right?
Yep, that's the Rocky show.
Yeah, that was all the Rocky movies. That was all of them.
All right. Thanks everybody for watching.
But we figured before we log off, we'll thank everybody that thank you, Kenny and Robert Humphrey and Black Scorpio, Chucky Doll. Who else?
Yeah, all you guys.
Yes.
Wesley.
Wes, yeah, Wes. I was surprised. to see him.
Wesley, yeah.
Am I missing anybody?
There's always a surprise person commenting.
Yeah, there's always that one that always sneaks
Let's see
in
how
there.
well this stream does.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm trying to think if I'm missing anybody. We had Kenny, we had Wes, we had.
Hey, before we go off, who won the fight? The real fight.
Oh yeah, who did win that fight?
Well, I'll look it up right now.
Brad C.
You know, Alex, if this stream doesn't do well, it's because no one gives a shit about the Creed films.
Who's Brad C? Who's Brad C?
He's commenting on my videos. I didn't even know he was here.
He's one of my subscribers. Hey, Brad.
Oh yeah, Kenny. I did mention.
How you doing, Brad?
I don't know who won.
I did mention.
He's a nice guy. He's commenting on my videos.
Didn't he comment on our howling video?
I think he did.
Yes, he said good job.
He did. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah. I think he might have subscribed to me too. I can't remember though. I don't keep track of who subscribes to me and who doesn't.
No, me neither.
Yeah, well, Creed movie sucked, so see ya, guys.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for watching.
Hey, Brad, at least you got to
I don't
come
think the
to
match.
visit. Thanks
Yeah.
for stopping by.
It's not over. I think it's over.
And Kenny mentioned Black Scorpio. Hey, it's my buddy Kevin.
Kevin O.
Oh, that's my buddy Kevin. That's the guy I watch football.
It was
with.
a draw. It was a draw.
What? Split
A
decision.
It
draw?
was a draw.
Kevin,
Yep.
what is going on,
Yep.
man?
What?
Oh
Really?
man, Kev. I tell
Here's
Kev all
quote.
the time about all the
Tyson
streams that
said he is good with the draw. Jones says he's never satisfied with the draw, but said Tyson is strong and everything he hit was hurt.
Okay.
I'm surprised he didn't knock his ass out. Tyson should have knocked his ass out.
yeah.
Well, worst boxing movie ever.
Oh, we're still alive. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. All right. All right.
That's the
We're
Rocky series, folks.
outta
Yeah.
here.
Tyson versus.
What's his name?
Bottom line is Rocky movie sucks, or don't waste your time with them.
Go on, fight. Go on, fight me now. Go on.
Right. Good night, everybody.